Good morning. Good morning. Rise and shine. Rise and shine. Good morning. Good morning. Oh my goodness. Hi. Hi. Congratulations to Laughing Georgie for getting first. Yeah. Everybody point and laugh at Azumazu underscore for gambling all and then losing it all. Ooh, womp womp. Also, thank you for the hero boom. Oh my goodness, I love bits. I love bits so much. Yeah. Oh my god, hi Stream Elements. Hi Laughing Georgie. Hi Gonzalez. Hi Hero Hum. Hi Stream Elements again. Hi Hero Hum again. Hi Retail Shrimp. Hi Azumazu underscore. Hi Kyrie Yay. Hi Stream Elements again. Hi Tia. Oh my god, Tia's here. Sheesh. Hi Tia. Hi everyone. Hi everyone. How's it going? How's it going? Hold on, let me read some messages. I haven't got out of bed yet. I'm exhausted and annoyed. Oh, my bucket of sweets I ordered on Tuesday haven't arrived yet. Wait, Tia, that was like 2 days ago, right? I feel like, well, how long do things normally take to get to you? I feel like when I order stuff, it takes maybe like 4 days on average. I don't know. I feel like that's pretty regular. That's so sad though. I hope your sweets get there soon. I hope they get there so soon. New Bruno Mars album dropped. Sheesh! Let's get in there. Let's get in there. I haven't heard too much Bruno Mars stuff. Like, recent stuff at least. I think the most recent Bruno Mars song I heard was A Part 2. Hold on, I'm looking for it. Bruno Mars. I just picked the romantic. Sheesh! Okay. Okay, after this song plays, we'll have a little listen. We can have a fast reacts to Bruno Mars album. And I don't really know any music terms, so I'm not gonna have anything insightful to say. I'm just gonna be like, "Wowie, this sounds good," or "Wowie, this sounds mid." Hi guys! Oh my goodness, it's so good to see you. Oh wow, there's a lot of people gambling all and um maybe perhaps not really winning. You guys gotta be locked in. You guys gotta be true gamblers like me. To everyone who was here for the Amori stream, not yesterday. I wasn't live yesterday, but on Tuesday, yeah, there's like 3 people there, I think. Whenever I was doing the slot machines, and listen, you just gotta be good like me, and you get all the blorbos in a row, and then you win big bucks. Wait, hold on, this is not Bruno Mars. Okay, we're listening. Wait, hold on. No, this is a playlist. Hold on, I'm looking for the album. Please don't leave. Please don't leave. I'm looking for it. Latest release single? What is this album called? What is this album called? Oh, The Romantic? Oh, wait. It says it's out in 11 hours. Is it out for you guys? am I am I just a chud? I have to wait 11 hours to listen to it. Sigh. It's out for you. Okay. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. We won't even react to it. It's okay. There's one song. We can listen to this one song that's out for me, and then the other 8, we're just gonna have to cry. Sigh. Hi, Ryan. How's it going? Listening? Okay. It's fun. We're walking down the street, having a good time. You guys hearing this? I'm so sorry to all my VOD watchers who are just looking at me wiggle around. I can't hear anything. Oh. This sounds like a nice summer song. Like you're walking down the boardwalk. You got an ice cream cone in your hand. You're having a good time. I feel like Bruno has been making music for a really long time. Good for him. He's doing a great job. Might be in YouTube. Got New Zealand privileges. Sigh. Sigh. Get music before me constantly. It's so over. Gamble 1 is that easy? Jarchi. Jarchi, you gotta gamble all. This is embarrassing. Oh my goodness, Show, thank you for the 40 stream streak. That's so nice of you. Also, Dia, that is so sad that you ordered next day delivery. and and did you have to pay extra for that? I would throw a fit. I'd throw a fit if I paid extra to get my sweets next day, and then I had to wait 3 days. This one isn't my faith check, but it's something to shake ass to. Sigh. When you have to settle for your ass shaking. Tisk tisk. Wait, which one's your favorite? Somebody remind me to listen to this in 11 hours, 24 minutes. What time would that even be? I guess it's midnight. At midnight my time, somebody alert me. I like this one. I like this one. Yeah, I really don't know music terms, so I don't know. I don't have a lot of insight for this one. On first listen, I like Risk It All and Dance With Me. Okay. Okay. These titles are all very like yearny. I think Bruno Mars is just a yearner. I feel like all of his songs are kind of yearning. You guys remember when Grenade was really popular? I quite liked that one. A lot of my friends were like, "No, it's overplayed. It's overplayed. I don't like it." But I secretly was like, "Oh yeah," every time it came on. Hi, Apex. Oh, how's it going? Oh man, I bet the album's out for you, Aphex. I imagine being in the United States, not able to listen to the new Bruno Mars album. So lame. Lame. Okay, I think this is just auto playing all of Bruno Mars. I'll go back to this one. Okay, let me open Peglin. What do you guys know about Peglin? I think it's a good yapping style game. Bruno Mars is a yearner, but also like one who doesn't have to yearn because the girl will like him either way. So he's doing it for the fun of the game. I kind of get what you're saying. I don't know. He feels like a huge like ladies man. At least that's like the persona he kind of gives in his songs. Like what's that one? Is it called I Like It? I don't know. He's got one song where it's like, yeah, we're happy together and we're both really awesome. Like he's not really hyping up the girl, he's hyping up both of them. And I feel like that's his vibe. He's like yearning, but just like for fun. The beat is funky and full of vibrato. Hey, yo! I don't even know what a time signature is. Man, this is some slander. Jachi, do you know about music? Do you know how to describe music? Some of my friends are like really, really into music. And they'll watch like YouTube videos that are like breaking down like analysis of new songs and stuff, and it's like, wow, that's so crazy. I don't know. I just be listening and it's like, oh, yep, that sounds great. Okay, hold on, sorry. Trying to get you guys to see Peglin. Yeah, you can see it. Okay. Okay, get you guys to the side here. You guys rocking with Bad Bunny? This is low-key just a blend that I have with a friend. So if there's any songs that you hear that you really like, we can assume that they're from me. And if there's any songs that you're like, this is kind of funky and weird, then it's probably from her. That's the rules. I don't make them. Yeah, but in the 1% chance the girl doesn't want him, that's when you get like grenades. Oh my goodness. That makes sense. That makes sense. I feel like I know people like that in real life. And maybe it's one of those situations where it's like it's only you're only like really down bad if she doesn't want you. A cruel fate. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, but I used to play alto saxophone in school. Really? Uh, That's so cool. I don't really know much about saxophones. Wait, hold on. Let me turn the music. Oh, it's already off. Wait, what does it sound like? Oh. Are you saying her tastes are ashy? No. Oh wait, that was not zero. No, she has really good taste. I just I just don't want to take the blame if you guys don't like what's playing. She does have really good taste though. But she's not here, so so we can be a little mean to her. But it's okay, we love her. I really love watching sample breakdown videos. I think it's such a cool part of music. I don't know, I feel like anytime I listen to that kind of stuff, like it's going over my head like crazy. I don't get it at all. All the songs I like came from me. Oh, Thea, what's your favorite song at the moment? Tell me your favorite song and I'll tell you if it's in this blend. I've been really into making blends with people. I don't know. I think it's so nice to like listen to your friends' music, but then like also listen to your music. It's like all wrapped up cute style. Okay, hold on. I gotta strategize. It's so good. It's so good. Maybe we refresh stuff. I didn't even look at what all the what's the opposite of a perk? Debuff? I didn't even look at what all the debuffs are for this crucible. But basically, this is just Peggle if you made it into a roguelike. And I'm trying to get really big numbers. It's gonna be really cool and really awesome. Tell me why you love Boo Boo Funk is your favorite song. Oh. Wow. The Boo Boo Funk kind of exited my brain. I haven't thought about it in a long time. And now you're making me think about it again. This is so awesome. I have an ear for music, but from a dancer perspective. Are you excited for Slay the Spire 2 soon? Yes! Yes, I think it comes out next Thursday? For me at least. I think. I don't know. I don't know. I'm really curious because they're supposed to be like a co-op, right? And I'm really curious on how they're gonna pull off co-op for Slay the Spire. But I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped. A ton of the music I like has samples. I've been listening to a lot of electronic stuff lately. Electronic stuff. Yo, that sounds kind of cool. I feel like I don't often recognize samples in songs. Like it has to be pretty obvious. Like if you guys have ever listened to There's a Panic at the Disco song. I think it's LA Devotee. Maybe. And like the beginning of it is like just low-key a different song. And I heard the Panic song before I heard the like thing that they sampled from. God, I wish I remembered what the song they sampled from was called. But I remember hearing it for the first time and being like, what? You telling me Panic didn't make that up? You telling me this is its own thing? La boo boo. La ba la boo la boo boo. La boo boo. La ba la boo. Lou boo boo. Thank you, Hiroham. That was so insightful. My favorite song, I'm not sure, TBH. Aviators, God Hunters up there for sure. Maybe Stella and the Storm don't let me down too. Ooh, I don't think I've heard those. It's pretty nice though. I don't know what my favorite song is. It changes so much. A while ago, I went to a record store and I wasn't gonna buy anything, but then they had a completely blank record with no name and no artist, and you know I just had to find out. Was it awesome? Expected it to be some kind of jazz, but no. It was cool ass French house. I was partying alone in my house listening to it. Yo! That is really surprising that that's what it was. I wonder why it was unlabeled. Well, now it's kind of cooked. Like, if you really like it and you're like, oh, I want to add it on Spotify. You don't even know. You don't even know what it's called. Did you not watch the Slay the Spire 2 trailer I sent you? It showed the co-op. No, like, I know it showed the co-op, but I'm curious of like the logistics, because it didn't explain like how it's gonna work necessarily. Like, it showed that you draw on the map and stuff, but like, do you have to vote on where to go, or do you and your friend, can they go different locations? Will the health of the bosses be affected based on how many people are there? I don't know. I don't know, but I'm really curious to find out. No way. They made my fucking gambling app a roguelite. What's up, nerds? Your gambling app? Peggle? Who gambles playing Peggle? That's kind of awesome. We can just do some refresh stuff. Hope that's a viable build. Let's try to go to this treasure chest. I could try Shazam, but honestly imagine it was some random DJ who made it for himself to spin at parties. Oh, I didn't think of that. Ugh, that's so awesome. That's so awesome. I don't know. I will say though, if I recorded something for myself, I would at the very least write my name on the record. I'd probably draw like some frogs on it. Okay, we're gonna take this laser orb. I'm a laser orb enjoyer. Yummy! My favorite song also changes all the time, but I've been listening to a lot of Daft Punk. Discovery is the greatest album of all time. Oh, Discovery, the greatest album of all time? You tell me. Yes, it is. I think I've only heard like the very, very mainstream Daft Punk. I don't think I've ever like gone to the discography and be like, oh yeah, let's check out what they have to say. I think that's a good choice though. And I listen to a lot of K-pop. So I think my favorite song right now is probably Do 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 by Tan. I've been listening to more like Spanish rap as well though. Kind of awesome. I don't know, I really like high energy upbeat stuff. Never seen those gambling apps? Gambling apps that have this similar structure? No. Because if it was like this, wouldn't it be kind of skill based? I thought gambling was like just random percent chances. But if you could like aim, wouldn't that mean you could like scam? You can scam, always win. Oh, please. Oh, yeah. Hopping on the southwest. Frog. What? Why am I hopping on the southwest? Georgie, what does that even mean? Also, I feel like people are supposed to just like forget about that low-key, and you're remembering it a little too well. Nobody was supposed to Nobody was supposed to remember anything from my Hear Me Out cake. I might be glazing. I don't know if it's the best of all time. But it's 100% the most danceable. Hold on. Let me queue up something. I don't even remember what it's called. Hold on. Let me scroll up. Discovery. Which one is the most danceable? Let's look at the plays. Oh, I guess One More Time is the most played. But like I've already heard that one. I'm looking for something new. Crescendos? Okay. Alright, we're queuing it up. Yeah, we're dancing. Album cover? Album cover. Hopping on the Southwest? What does that even mean? Yo, don't cry, don't cry. Don't cry, Butternut. I am still confused though. How is Hopping on the Southwest an album cover? I missed the Hear Me Out cake. Why are we hopping on the Southwest? Well, you see, on my Hear Me Out cake, I put Southwest Airlines, like the airplane brands, because I like the graham crackers that they give you. And I just think that's a good I just think that's a good thing that people should be hearing me out about, you know? You find another Peglin intensely surveying the area. Hello, I'm Haglin. Have we met before? I'm afraid I haven't quite set up shop here yet, but in the meantime, I can offer you a free sample. What can I do for you? Ooh. Let's remove one of these pebbles. We don't need that. The whole airplane? No! Oh my god. It's like the concept. It's the concept of the brand. It's not I'm not I'm not going down on an airplane. No, don't say yes. Don't say yes. No. Guys, it's like the concept. It's like just, I don't want to say like if you personified it, but maybe that's the best way to understand. Like if you personified the concept of Southwest Airlines, it'd probably be someone who's like a little bit mean to you but would still give you snacks. Like maybe like take care of you but also tease you a little bit, you know? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? That's what you'd label your personal album? What? Georgie. Georgie. You're making me look bad. You know, it's my airplane related. Hear me out. And same sentence, by the way. Have you ever had that pine tree water? Pine tree water? No, I've heard of rose water. I have not heard of pine tree water. What does that have to do with an airplane if it's water? It's going down. Yo! Foss would fall in love with a miniature version of the airplane. No, it's not. It's not the actual vehicle. So, like a kidnapper. Okay, well, maybe like if the kidnapper was very polite and nice to me, like in a cool way, not in like a concerning way. I don't know. You guys ever read those like manhwas where it's like like the Stockholm syndrome ones? I feel like that's a trope that's kind of regular. Is anybody hearing me out? No? Okay, awesome. um, anyways. Oh, no inventory. Haglin squeals while taking the pebble off your hands. You wonder just how many orbs Haglin has collected. I like Haglin, he's cute. Oh my god, wait, I'm listening. It's very goopy so far. I'm gonna say. Only if the plane was pink. Man, pink is not even my favorite color. And I don't just like love pink things automatically. Maybe that's not true. I do quite like pink things. You're making me sound like a weirdo. The mini version is filled with graham crackers. Sigh. Well, I wouldn't fall in love with it for that. I just would appreciate it and also eat the graham crackers. One time I got reincarnated as an airplane. It's not even the airplane itself. It's the brand. It's the brand. You know, like the flight attendants have to be included as well. The snacks have to be included. The free carry-on bag has to be included. Make the plane purple? Yeah! I'm so picky about my purple, though. Like, do you see this? This is my shade of purple. It has to be like Easter purple, like pastel purple. It can't just be any old purple, you know? This is nice. We're going down, so now hold on to your graham crackers. Yo! They're in my mouth. They're in my mouth already. Okay, this is so this is so specific. But I remember there used to be this thing they would give out on flights. It looked like a pudding cup, but there's just the water inside. There's a picture of pine trees on the label. When you drink it, it was the freshest, most craziest clear water ever, and it smelled like pines. Felt like it was opening my third eye. You hearing me out on that? Yeah, I'm hearing you out on that. The way you're describing it reminds me of being in school and like having mint flavored gum in my mouth and then going to the water fountain and like drinking water from the water fountain while I had like mint gum in my mouth, and it just like made the whole experience feel like so crisp and refreshing. And I'm imagining that's kind of what it tasted like. Although it's weird that it was in a pudding cup, like instead of a regular normal person sized bottle. It has to be original size. Airplane size queen. Airplane size queen? Size queen. I don't I don't really know, like a queen size mattress? Why does this have a 7 next to it? How's it gonna have graham crackers otherwise? Jamming, by the way. Oh, yeah. That was a nice song. I did quite like that one. I think that would be a good like party song or like an exercise song. Deluxe water's crazy. No, deluxe water is real. I don't know. I'm really picky about my water too. It's gotta have ice cubes in it, and it's gotta be out of like a glass or something. Filtered 25 times. Only one drop left. Yeah, but you know that one drop is so good. Don't worry about it. She's so innocent. Okay, well, when you say things like that, it makes me curious. I don't even know what you're talking about. Hi, Nikki. Good morning, good morning. Prices have scaled up with each purchase, remain fixed at their initial price. I don't even know what scales up. Oh my god, real. Man, I love Big Time Rush. What a good one. Yo! Thank you. How do you feel about Voss water? I've never heard of that. Is that a brand? I don't really buy water. Like, I just have a Brita filter. And I'll drink filtered water. Oh, excuse me. Of all the brands I tried though, I think I like the Essentia? Essentia? I don't know. It comes in this like huge bottle with a black cap. And that one was pretty good. But I genuinely think I just prefer water from my filter with a glass. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Give me 1 second.
Beep boop boo bop boo boo bop.
Okay.
Beep boop boo bee bop bee bop. Boop bop
Thank
bee
you.
beep bop.
Thank you, Alice. That was so awesome. Wait, hold on. I got a cough. Oh, sorry. Ritzy water. Comes in a glass. Oh, I've never had water from a glass bottle before. I've had like old timey Coca Cola from a glass bottle, but I think that's about it. I guess like maybe a Smirnoff Ice, but never water. If this pine water was a human, they'd have really piercing green eyes and hair that smells good, and always wear very big, cozy hand knit sweaters that you can steal. That's so lovely. Yeah, I'm definitely hearing you out on that. I like the cozy soft boy aesthetic. Okay, I look-y don't think I want any of this. Drink from the Buddha. Yeah, I'd be drinking from the Buddha. Live to be silly. Would you rather live to be silly or silly to be live? Yup. Yeah, we're investing all our money. Surely that will be a good choice later. Man, maybe I should have healed. It's okay, we don't need it. Check this out. I think she didn't really get the context either. I think I don't really know what you're talking about. Bleh. I have a lot of water in glass bottles. Unsurprisingly, my workplace has a lot of glass bottles around. Oh, that makes sense. Can you just use them? I thought I thought that would be used for like your products. Ugh. Ugh. Smirnoff Ice mentioned. Real. Also, what about Fiji water? Mm, not memorable. Like maybe I've had it before, but it definitely was not worth the inflated price. The bottle's pretty though. I don't know. I feel like most water that you purchase is not worth the inflated price. Although I will say there is some like bad water, like Dasani. Dasani sucks eggs. I don't know if they like put minerals in that or if they just wherever they're sourcing it from. Yeah, excessive racing. Just like isn't that good. But I really do not like Dasani. But other than that, other than like a few exceptions, I feel like it doesn't matter. Just get whatever. The water comes in the glass? The water comes in the glass. Do you sell glasses of water where you work? All this fancy talk is making me conscious of my boiled tap water. No, there's nothing wrong with boiled tap water. As long as you have ice. Do you have ice? We just grab the bottles of water. Oh, interesting. I thought you worked at like a wine factory. Is that not real? I want this number to be higher, but I'm afraid this is too much. Too many issues for me. I'll try again though. You boil it, I just put cup under tap, then drink. Get diarrhea. Oh dear. I think it depends on where you live. Like I have a filter for my water. So I put tap water in the separate container that like has a filter and I put that in the refrigerator. Kind of awesome. And blow people up. We let the boiled tap water cool. Oh, you don't have ice? I'm too picky. I'm too picky. I gotta have my water with ice. And it can't be in a plastic cup. Otherwise the taste is off. Ugh. Hold on just a second. Feeling like a sickly child right now. Somebody clearly never drank from the hose as a kid. Oh. Did I drink from the hose as a kid? If I did, it wasn't regularly. Like, our hose wasn't on too often. But, like, I'm sure that's something I would do. We didn't play in the hose too much because my stepdad was very, very particular about, like, his lawn. And, so he didn't want us to be playing in the hose, and then there's, like, too much mud and stuff. And then, like, the grass is messed up. So I didn't do that too much. What's your favorite cup material then? Glass! I love glass. I love glass. Metal is also good. I don't have any metal cups, but like metal water bottles are good. Unfortunately, I don't drink out of glass that much. Because I have like this Gamer Subs shaker bottle, but I would never drink normal water out of this. The fact that there's like gamer subs in it, like there's flavoring powder, it distracts from the plastic taste, so it's okay. So it's okay. Sorry, excuse me. My teeth are sensitive, so just uncomfortable to have it. I hate ice in my drinks. Oh, that makes sense. I don't know. My teeth are sensitive to like ice cream and popsicles. But I think the ice when I'm drinking water, it's not usually like on my teeth. So it doesn't really bother me. Work in a beverages factory. We don't make the water. We make the bottles it comes in and then we get that back. Money is the main thing we make, but not the only thing. Oh, that makes sense. Bacteria maxing my stomach to build constitution. Oh, just set a Yakult bottle out on your desk for like 2 days and then drink it after 2 days. Surely that will help boost your immune system. What? Use the glass? No! Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Maybe a little bit. I don't know. I'm not much of a chewer. I like I like the textures of things, but I don't like to chew on it necessarily. I don't know. I have whiskey stones instead of ice. Ooh, I've never tried a whiskey stone. What are they made out of? Like, is it metal? Is it an actual stone? You just got a rock in your cup? Cup inside the Kimmer subs cup? No, because then it would like spill out of the glass cup and like be on the sides. It'd probably be really heavy too. I think they should just make a glass skimmer sub shaker bottle, and then I can drop it on the floor and it can shatter everywhere. And it would be awesome. I'm so sorry for clearing my throat too much. I swear I'm not sick. I'm just like that. Mine are metal cubes. Oh. Does the metal feel good? Like, you ever just like put it in your mouth, or is it too big? Yakult maxing. Oh man, I want Yakult. I want evil milk. Concentration? Is this good? I don't know. You like the texture of glass too? Yeah. Like smooth glass, not like not like little shards that are like cutting your tongue up. You just like, I don't know, feels good on your tongue. Like, I've never put a marble in my mouth, but I imagine that a marble would feel really good in your mouth, you know? Stone. Let me just get like a rock from outside and put that in my whiskey. Just kidding, I don't drink whiskey. I'm a rum girly. I don't know if this is good or not, but I need better balls. I swear I'm not sick. She says well sick. You got sick and never recovered? That might be kind of real. I don't know. I've always, maybe not always, maybe not when I was really little, but I've always, hmm, I would say since high school, I just had like lung issues. Well, I don't know if it's my lungs. Maybe it's my throat. I have something. I have to like cough and spit out stuff a lot. And I don't know why. My friends don't have to do that. Got me feeling like a dad for real. I have to send you a pic later when I'm home, but yeah, you like the cubes. I also don't drink whiskey. Well, then, wait. Then why did you call them whiskey? What do you call them? Stones? Cubes? Why don't you call them like vodka stone cubes? Pasta's not had a childhood. She hasn't put marbles in her mouth. She just has issues. Don't say I just have issues. That's so mean. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Yeah, I don't think I had marbles as a child. There is one game, I think it was called Kerplunk or something zesty like that, but it's basically, mm, hmm, there's like a bunch of straws. There's a bunch of like straws that are going through a cup, and then there's a bunch of marbles sitting on top of the straws. And it's kind of like Jenga, where you and your friends like take turns like pulling out the straws until they're like so weak that the marbles like fall through to the bottom. Um, I think we had that game, and so there's marbles in that game, but I didn't put them in my mouth. I also didn't like that game too much because it's really loud. That one and Jenga. I I don't know. I don't like loud noises too much. Anything where the game pieces are like falling all over the place, not my favorite. They make glass from sand. You might be onto something. Yo. I don't put sand in my mouth either. Fuzz just has issues. Affectionately better. Yeah, that's better. I'm gonna pin that. That's kind of awesome. Thank you. Thank you for your affection. They're just whiskey stones, is what the name is, but I use them for vodka, yeah. Well, why? I don't know. You should call them vodka stones to be quirky and different. Gonna get out of bed now and get breakfast. It's 6 p.m. Good morning! Good morning, good morning! I hope your breakfast is so good. I had I had white rice with soy sauce for breakfast. Maybe it was lunch, I don't know. It was like right before stream. I think it's kind of breakfast. Oh, also, resident marble enjoyer here. I absolutely did put marbles in my mouth as a kid, and yes, they do feel nice. Man, you're making me jealous. I want to put a marble in my mouth. OMG cooking? Bro, you can't be like, wow, wow, you're bullying me, and then just like do the same exact thing back. Sigh. Do any of you guys play Peglin? Are there are there any like Peglin players in chat? Does anybody have any tips? I don't know if I should be like upgrading every turn or just like saving my money for something else. I don't know. Someone thrown fall a marble? Wow. Can you buy a single marble on throne? That'd be kind of awesome. As soon as I open it, I'm putting that thing in my mouth. I played it before, but like way long ago. Okay. Do you do you have any strategies or builds or tips or are you just a vibes based player? I heard it pre-release copy. Okay, well don't admit that in my stream. Guys, we do not promote piracy here. Well, like we do, but we gotta have a good reputation, you know? Craving a bacon and egg sandwich? Sheesh. Oh my goodness, that sounds really good. Attacks get an increasing damage multiplier based on the number of pegs or removed pegs. What? Okay. I think I understand. Like based on how many are missing? I like getting the crit ball and getting a lot of crit. Okay. I'll look for a crit ball. Hi, Jeru. Oh my goodness. It's so good to see you. How's it going? How's it going? Do we catch the pebbles? I don't like having pebbles. 9 HP isn't that bad. Surely we heal that. Treasure chest. I say if you have a ball that's doing most of your damage, upgrade that one and just try to remove the filler balls. Okay. I think I like Echo Orb. But I need... Because it's based off the previous attacks. I think I need another ball that's like really big. And then this one. And then just cycle those two. Maybe it's the move. Great, kind of busy at the moment. In a good way, though. What about you? Yo, I'm so glad to hear that. It's so satisfying to be busy with, like, good stuff. I'm doing pretty good, too. Yippee, yippee. My throat feels goofy, but I'm doing good. I'm a happy fella. Sorry. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Yippee! There we go. Surely that healed me. Flying enemies are attacked horizontally and take 1.5 damage from projectile attacks. Horizontally. Whatever that means. Have you guys seen Stranger Things? Did you know that this guy that's singing the song is Steve Harrington in Stranger Things? That's so crazy to me. It doesn't even sound like him. Okay, remove that. Oh, maybe I should have looked at other stuff. It's fine, we didn't need it. Yippee! Enemies don't get their extra turns for your first reload. It's kind of awesome. Still not sure why that one has a 7 and nothing else does. But, you know, not my problem. Watched the first season but lost track of it. That's fair, that's fair. It's probably a long time ago then. I don't remember when Stranger Things season 1 came out. But it was probably like almost 10 years ago. They were working on that show for so long. Okay, let's take a moment to rest. A few moments of solace with the sun beaming on your face leave you feeling quite refreshed, and you continue on your journey with a fresh bounce in your step. Wow, feeling refreshed. Oh, wee. Great guess. Google says July 15th, 2016. Yo! Oh my god. Yeah, I've got a great concept of time. Not really. I usually don't have that great of a concept of time. That's really surprising. I don't know. There's some things where it's like, wow, if you told me that happened 2 years ago, I would believe you. And if you told me that happened 8 years ago, I would still believe you. I feel like I got a lot of things like that. Oh, got smacked. Oh, okay, good enough. Great sector orb. Oh, I used to always try to do the symbol stuff, but I think on higher crucibles, it's just not worth it. But like, what if it is though? What if I have an symbol and it's procking off my echo orb? Lip bite emoji. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. It's such a small little fella right now, but we'll beef it up surely. Activated refresh also triggers a crit. Or whenever you lose health, reduce the amount lost by 1. Hey, why do these have an 8? 7, 8? If you get all the numbers, you get a prize? Surely it'll work. Surely it'll work. Um, I think light shaft is better. Maybe, perhaps. I'm nervous. Nervous. We are not looking especially healthy, folk, today. Maybe it's just like how many you have. I didn't have this. It didn't have this when I played. Well, yeah, you played on pre-release. I feel like they've updated it a little bit since then. Like there's new items and stuff now. I don't have 8 of these though. Maybe we just like don't worry about it. Like it's fine. It's not my business. My game knowledge is outdated. No. Hey Azu, are you gonna play Slay the Spire 2 when it comes out? Sure, bingo cards. Oh my god, have you guys played bingo before? I think I went to some event with my parents. And we played bingo. I don't really remember it that well. It was like some school, like, parent event, and it was really boring. And we played bingo. I'm not much of a bingoer. Yo, what if I save scum? I want to, yeah. I have once. You played bingo once? Did you win? I didn't win when I played bingo. Yo, don't say guys, it's fine, it's chill. This is a lot of health to get through. I'm a little nervous. You did it? Oh, womp womp. Womp womp. I've made bingo cards before. Like for silly times with my friends. Like one time I was in this club at college and we went to an event. Not really event. It was called sectionals. But anyway, we like it was essentially this like conference where we like traveled and then we were supposed to like learn about like leadership and other stuff that's like kind of low-key boring. But it was for school, but it was like with the club, right? And so me and some of my friends from this club made like a bingo board. It was like, we bet that this person's gonna be late. And oh my god. We bet that this person's gonna be late and what else? What else did we put on it? We bet like that somebody will spill food all over themselves. And we bet that this person won't show up. It's kind of mean looking back on it, but we like made bingo boards and then we like tried to get bingo to make it more fun. Must have been the wind. Yeah, must have been the wind. I would I would never cheat. I don't know, I feel like it's not cheating if the game lets you do it. Like they'd patch it out if they didn't want you to do that. Man, why is this so hard? Okay, it's each peg hit. Ah, man, and then we only had like 3 of them. Ugh. Ah, this is so rough. Hold on. I gotta lock in. Just like throw that one away. Maybe maybe trying to hit all the bombs is important. Actually, it's not cheating, it's exploiting. Yeah, Yuki gets me. I love exploiting. Slurp. Yeah, I'm somewhat of an exploiter. But I don't know if they were mad about it, they'd do something about it. Sounds like not my problem. Man. Doomed run? It can't be doomed. I think there's gotta be a way to get him really low before he sucks me up. Oh, man. Youch. Well, that is just not happening. Uh, I think there's a way to do it. Maybe. Maybe if you assemble the slime wall to upgrade it? Oh, like just have it drip down? I wish I had more discards. I think you're cooking. I think you're cooking. So we gotta do that and then we gotta also refresh it. So maybe we try really hard to avoid that refresh. Why did that make a fruity noise? Okay, that's gonna echo. Okay, that's not a ton. Okay, okay. Will this strip down or will this bounce around? Okay, not bad, not bad. And then we refresh. Okay, okay, cooking. And we just go down there. Oh, the refresh moves every turn, I see. Um, Okay, not bad. Could be worse. Oh, I'm on the inside though. I wish I could keep upgrading it. Okay, that was not optimal. Ugh. Surely winnable? Surely. Ahaha. I mean that. Am I dead this turn? I don't. I have not really been paying attention to how much damage this does. But wasn't this like 25? I'm scared. I'm scared, and baby no money is not helping. 37. Okay. Okay. Ugh. This one's gotta be really good so that the echo does a good job. And it was only 30! Ugh. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Is this even worth it? Okay, whatever. We'll try our best, I guess. I like the bramble guy better. Leshy? I feel like I do more damage to that fella. No! Okay, it's at 25. 17. So it does 8 damage? Yeah. What crucible are you on? Is there a way to check? Oh, I'm blocking it. It's 12. Sheesh! I don't know why I'm trying to save this run so bad. I don't even have like stuff going on that I particularly need to save. I'm just a really big fan of a symbol, and I like Ecorb too. I feel like I can do something. Do you live 1 HP? Yeah. Listen, it was calculated though. It was calculated. Ugh. Why does it like make that sound sometimes? Is he dodging? Is he allowed to dodge? Okay, that was kind of sad. Ugh. Okay. Yummers. Maybe. Not yummers. I think I'm just gonna let him take me. I'm going to Valhalla today. We'll try again. Surely you're the one dodging? Oh, I guess that makes sense. Surely. Oh, at least we have cute wings. This is just like Warframe. Look at him. Looking great. He's so sad. Okay, okay, surely we get another symbol. Oh, geez, the Valentine's swing. Sheesh. Oh man, I think there's other Valentine's stuff that I was thinking about getting, but I have not played since that last stream. Whoops. Womp womp womp. It's okay, I got the important stuff. Post battle upgrading now includes the option to increase your max HP by 5. That sounds good, but I have to pay for it, right? That won't help me in the battles. I think refresh shield is good. Sometimes their little refresh things are quite hidden. Quite cooked. Okay. I low-key haven't played much either. Surely it's free. I don't remember though. It's okay, I never listened to you. Oh my goodness, thanks for bonking me. Sigh. Sigh! Thanks a lot. Sheesh. Oh, what did that say? Plus 15 something points. I'm getting points. Yippee. Did the bonk play? I didn't hear it. Did it? Maybe it didn't. It says Sound Alerts is in my chat, acting all proud as if it did something, but I don't know if it did. Bonks are broken. um, 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 one sec. Let me go to soundalerts.com. Oh my god, it's knockoff Peggle. Yes, yes, yes. Um, um, what do you mean knockoff? This one's better. This one's better because there's cute little things on it. Oh my god, guys, stop bonking me. It's not working. um, wait, there's a yellow dot that says queued. But it says status. Everything okay? Have fun. Does anybody know what that means? Um, 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 guys, I don't really know what's happening. I don't know what they're cute for. Like, I don't know what the holdup is. Take that back or I'm unfollowing. Oh, well, to be honest with you, I've never played original Peggle. But I think the art style for this one is so cute. Yo, remove all orbs. Are you a big fan of, I forgot what it's called. You like Ouroboros or something? Are you sure? We can go crazy. Orb time. Sorry, I have not even been reading these. Hold on, okay, I refunded everybody's channel points for the bonks. But like I don't know how to necessarily fix. You know what I'm saying? Here. Hi, Dragonite! Oh my goodness. My goodness, thank you for getting that first. Here's your monthly squeak. Please listen carefully. Oh my god! Thanks. I guess they came all at once. Okay, anyways, listen up. Pretty cool, huh? That was startling. I don't know. Like bonk bonk. Okay. Well, I didn't do anything, but hopefully it's fixed. Hopefully it just fixes itself. The shadows in the mirror offer to ease your burden, and you accept. You feel a slight sense of dread as your satchel empties and the world fades to black around you. Aw, we just died. Oh. Um guys, I don't really know what's wrong with the sound alerts. I'm sure it'll do your things whenever it's ready. He's just feeling a little shy right now. Although that is some audacity to come in my chat and be like, Anzumazu underscored played text to speech for 2,000 channel points. Like, why are you announcing it? You didn't even do it yet. Man. You awaken sometime later with the mysterious new Ouroboros, level 1, as the sole content of your satchel. Don't look at that! Oh, sorry, I'm not looking. Imagine it just comes super delayed at the worst time. I feel like it's gonna. Because it was delayed with the other ones. I didn't. I don't know. I don't know. On the website, like I see. Oh, okay. There. Like nobody even bonked. I thought it was the big time rush. Okay, whatever. It'll surely happen. um, but I don't know. It's yellow and it says it's queued, but I don't know like what it's waiting for. Well, I guess we will see. It'll wait for the perfect timing. Um, yeah, surely. I did not even read what this says. Persist 3, Echo 40. Deals 4 self-damage if discarded. Okay, so you just never discard it and we make it really big. Wait, look, it's kind of munching on its tail. I quite like Ouroboros. I don't know, like, what culture this, like, folklore is from, but every time I see one, I'm like, oh yeah. You eat your tail, little guy. You're doing great. Could be service side? There's something going on with sound alert service. Oh. They're busy right now. They're freaking out right now. It's okay. Do their thing when they're ready. Kind of like Echo Orb. I do quite like the Echo stuff. I don't like self-damage ones, but I guess as long as I never discard it, it'll be chill. Splingus is playing Marathon Server Slam, in case you were wondering. I love doxing my friends' activities. Teehee. Yes. Oh. Hi, Splingus. How's it going? Shout out. Everybody follow the real Splingus. He's very funny. He's a nice silly little guy. Why are you doxing Splingus? Um um for content. For content. If you open something on Steam, I'll dox you too. Don't feel left out. Should I heal? Maybe I'll heal. I don't usually heal, but I die a lot, so maybe that would help. Tasking 1-1. Or bombs deal plus 20 damage. I think 1-1 is better. I'm privating my Steam activity. Sigh. Deluxe. Sheesh. I'm getting mugged on. All orbs have Echo 10. If this already has Echo, does it add on to it or does it just do nothing? I guess we'll see. I think it does nothing. Because wasn't it 60 before? And it didn't go to 70. Peggle Gaming. Sigh. Ouroboros originated in Egypt and was popularized by Greece, Rome later. Oh. I didn't know it was from Egypt. I guess I'm not super well versed in Egyptian mythology. But I feel like all the media I see this little guy in, it's never got Egyptian vibes. What does nothing? The echo chamber. It says all orbs have echo 10, but I don't think this number went up. So maybe if something already has echo, it just like it's like, ah, you already got it. I thought it was Greek myself. Yeah, I guess I didn't really have any ideas for what it was from. I definitely got like Western vibes from it. I don't know. I don't know, but I'm happy to see him. I love snakes. I wish tattoos weren't so expensive. I really want a big snake tattoo across my ribs. Short fuse, sheesh. Hmm. I'm broke, so I don't want to go here. Maybe we go like, wee. That would be nice. Did you know you can get 2 treasures in the chest rooms? In the chest rooms. Like in this? If you blow up all the bombs? Oh, maybe I did that once. I feel like that would be so hard. Ugh. Next time I'll get it, trust. Trust next time I'll get it. Sheesh. Man, Ouroboros is pretty nice. Surely that little slime guy does not stand a chance. I don't know what the points are for. The bombs blow up other bombs relic makes it so free. Oh. There's a one where bombs blow up other bombs? For real? Marathon crashed on load. Good game. Marathon? I've never heard of Marathon. What kind of game is that? Yeah, let's go this way. No! Okay, we're still back. And an AoE. It's like the one where bombs break pegs near them, I think. Oh. Surely I'll find that. And then I'll get so many treasures. New game looks bad. Beta test is today. Oh. Well, I guess that's what the beta tests are for. Oh, hopefully... hopefully, people, you know, tell them that it's crashing and they can fix it. I have never beta tested anything. I don't think. Well, you guys, has anybody heard of the game called The Bazaar? I don't know if it was beta testing, but there's some feature where you could like pay to be like a founder and then play it early. And one of my friends got that for me. I don't know if that's beta testing though. I think that's just like early access. I don't really know how you become a beta tester. I remember when I was really into Genshin, I would always sign up to like be in the drawing to test the new characters, but I never got it. They said, "We hate you, Faust." In the woods, you find a clearing with a strange tree directly in the center. There's a nook in the trunk with brambles twisting wildly out of it. Wait, there's an achievement for this. if you have 2 eggs in your satchel. But I don't remember if you get the egg from shaking it or from reaching in. Does anybody know how to get an egg? It was made by Bungie. Bungie? 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 What an unfortunate name. Who signs up for betas a lot? There's usually just a bunch of signups for it. Kind of like Genshin. Oh, do they get accepted a lot? I figure Genshin is just like way too popular of a game, so that's probably why I never got it. But I never seen that for other stuff. Reach in is Bramball, I think. Bramball. Egg is shake. Okay, we're shaking. I think that's probably I don't know. I was looking at the achievement list before stream. That's probably like the hardest one. I've tried it so many times because you have to get this event to get one egg, and then you have to somehow duplicate it. And then you have to like beat the game while you're doing that. And I don't know. I don't know. I'm just not built like that. Yeah, I'll give this guy all my money. Rose beta tested for Warframe Mobile? Yo! Wait, that's so cool. Yo! Opens betas just appear on the game's Steam page most of the time. Oh. You don't have to be in like a special club. You just have to be like paying attention. Maybe that's my issue. I'm not paying attention. I'm waiting for Chrono Odyssey beta? I've never heard of Chrono Odyssey. Nice title though. Yo, I thought that would get the bomb. Man, this is the tree I just got an egg from. Permanently breaks when hitting something solid. I hope I don't accidentally throw my egg. I guess we just save scum if that happens. Oh, he's so close. Get this guy out of here. Yo. Oh, no! Wait, I didn't know he'd do so much damage. Oh, man. Pay more attention then. Don't say that as I die from not paying attention. Oh. Um, if I close the game, will it bring me back to the screen? I really like that run. Hold on, I'm gonna try it. Um, surely, surely it doesn't save until you click continue. Please, 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 please. Oh, it's cooked. My egg. My egg is gone. By the way, have you heard of Mormons? I've heard the name Mormons before. I think because I was looking at my Discord friends activity and it said you were playing that for like 18 billion hours. But I don't actually know what it is. That one, and I've seen a lot of people playing a game called Mugenics. That one looks kind of cute. Those are the only ones I'm aware of. What are you putting in your mouth? I'm concerned. Concerned. Oh, concerned, and then also concerned. What am I putting in my mouth? I don't know. Did I say I was putting something in my mouth? Maybe like a marble. Other than that, I don't know. Been recently introduced to a gacha game with a similar gameplay as Slay the Spire. What is the gacha? You're like, oh man, I gotta pull for the defect. They look so cool. I don't want any of this. Popping in marbles right now. Real. Man, I want a marble. You going to play eugenics? Make sure to have it safe for work. As a kid, I did used to put marbles in my mouth. Oh, I did not do that as a kid. Is eugenics not safe for work? I haven't really. Oh my god. I haven't really seen gameplay of it. I just seen a lot of people are streaming it and like buying it on Steam. It was marbles. I didn't even say I was gonna put a marble in my mouth recently. Right? That was like half an hour ago. Why am I getting flack for that now? Marbles and sand. I don't put sand in my mouth. That's nasty. That sounds so gross. Sigh. Maybe like granulated sugar. Not sand though. Basically each waifu. Don't say waifu. Has like three unique cards. It can bring 4 waifus to each stage. Oh my god, thanks for the bonk. Wait, the TTS and the Big Time Rush, I don't think those ever even played. It's cooked. It's cooked. Wait, can I just like re-put them? Oh, is that better?
Bonk.
Okay. That's awesome. That's so awesome. You did it when you mentioned Throne? Wasn't that a long time ago? That was way before Kaya got here. I'm sorry, I was too busy getting ready for work. You were so busy getting ready for work, you heard me say I was gonna put something in my mouth, and then you typed about it like 8 hours later? Man, I hope work goes good. Are you wearing a cute outfit today? I like work outfits. You should totally try out Moyamins. I need more people playing this game now. Can you like have friends in that game? Is it multiplayer or is it solo? Work, help me. Oh my goodness, help is on the way. I'm sending I'm sending my most helpful soldiers. Um Somebody get on that, please. Somebody please help them. Did I mention it's free? You get 100 peoples. Yeah. What is this sponsorship deal? Did they sponsor you? You're such a rude little fox. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. I'm regular. You're just sensitive. Plus doesn't know. Doesn't know what? Doesn't know what? Girl, I'll kill you. Played one game of Marathon, and I'm already over it. GG. Oh, it's so, it's so over. I don't want this, by the way. This is so... I don't want a bunch of pebbles. It'd be so awesome if I had my egg. Yeah, yeah, it's on Steam. You can lend people characters. You're just starting to I mean, I'll download it and then pull, but I guess there's no guarantee that I'll like it. I've been playing Wuthering Waves recently. I got like a pink-haired Phoenix girl. She's pretty cute. You are so rude. Don't talk to your big bro like that. I'm like 80 years old. Sit down, little bro. Sit down, little bro. You don't know nothing. Ugh, this is so not Ouroboros pilled. Negative Ghost Rider. Oh, negative Ghost Rider. I'm gonna play WoW for the remainder of the day now. New expansion, new expansion. Yo! I hope the new expansion is so fun. I don't play WoW, but I do be playing Hearthstone. So I be knowing stuff. Yo! Yeah. In Hearthstone Battlegrounds, they put the moth back in. Yeah, pretty cool. Will I mention? Yeah! Yeah, I just got past the first area. I'm still quite new. And also, I kind of have been ignoring the story to run around and unlock the map. But don't worry, I'll I'll be informed eventually soon. My favorite character so far is Scar. Bouncy. Man, imagine being a ball and your description is just bouncy. Kind of aura. Dense activates each peg twice. Target any enemy. Man, don't want none of that. Surely you'll like it. It's Lovecraftian inspired, and you seem like you'd be into that. What is that supposed to mean? I can't lie though, I am into that. I don't know. I like little horrifying creatures. I think that's so creative and awesome. I am not caught up in oh. Sigh. Bouncy. Remember you talked about Cthulhu before? Oh, yeah. He's kind of awesome. Like as a concept. Like she's just like a big creature sleeping in the ocean. Actually, I don't know if it's in the ocean. I don't really know where he is. He's sleeping somewhere. And he wakes up and kills everyone. Sheesh. I wish that was me. That's so awesome. Well, not that I want to kill everyone, but like the ability to be that powerful is quite nice. Oh my god, bouncy. All snowballs get +0/+1 for every 25 pegs hit. As snowballs hit pegs and gain strength, all snowballs increase in size. Damage and size reset after each battle. Could you just only have snowballs and then they all make each other big? I feel like it'd be kind of hard to find more than one. I'd also have to get rid of all this garbage, but that sounds cool. Oh, I thought you could look at how they upgrade. I guess the thing that upgrades is only crit. Maybe that's not that good. Maybe it's not that good, but I need something. Oh my god, Pika. Ugh, Kaya! Aren't you supposed to be going to work or something? Ugh. Okay. Pika Pika! Blah. Surely snowball build? Oh my god, I just decided against that. Um, listen. Listen, we don't even need it. We don't even need it. Surely I'm gonna find a Sectorb. And it'll be so swag. She wants to be sleeping in the ocean so she can have all the sand. Guys, I don't even like sands that much. Sigh. Sigh. Like, it's fine. But it's kind of messy. It's kind of hard and messy. Like, if there's softer sands. I remember you argued with me over the sand's texture. Yeah, like in a pear. I was describing the delights of a pear, and the closest thing I could compare it to is sand. But that does not mean I'm sitting there shoveling sand in my mouth. Awa! Okay. Sigh. Pika pee! Eyebrow emoji. Foss will put the sand in her mouth and make her own pearls. You, I don't think my jaw strength is quite there. Kind kind of awesome though. Wait, maybe I'm thinking of diamonds. I was thinking you make pearls under pressure, but that's not even real. The way pearls are made is I think sand gets in like a clam, um, and it irritates the clam, and so the clam produces the shiny stuff called I want to say it's called nacre because there's three layers to a shell, and the middle layer is called the nacreous layer, and I think it produces that around the sand grain to stop it from irritating the pearl. I don't know. I think that's right, but like maybe fact check me. I learned about pearl production a long time ago. You need to mew more to make your pearls. Man, let's see your jawline if you got so much to say. Sigh. Does anybody mew? Raise your hand if you like actually mew. I don't know. I tried it a few times before and it's kind of just like uncomfortable. I don't know. I don't know how people do that. If I'm having my picture taken and I remember I try to mew, but I don't like practice doing it. Knicker. Yeah, that's the pearl stuff. Yo. What is happening? Okay. It's kind of fun. Is it from the bats? What is this combat? I've never seen this before. Kind of fun though. I think this ball lightning is quite good. Any viewers in chat? Yeah, can all my viewers type one in chat? Oh my god, why is this playing? Don't listen to that. um, maybe I'll heal and then go. I don't know, somewhere. Go this way. Can you guys fast? Yo! Notice how you say you guys because you know you could never mog on me. What does bouncy even mean? Does it mean it's just like the gravity's a bit lower? I don't think I really want any of this. Do I take this bouncy? I mean, like, I guess it's better than a pebble, but this isn't that great. Whatever. Maybe it'll save me. No, I the shop. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I didn't even need it. Oh, that could have been a little better. I might not be able to, but he can. Bro, he's not mogging on anyone. I I don't know. I don't know. I don't think Teru Teru is really mewing anyone ever at all. Oh, shoot. Man, what the? Also, can I be honest? That ball did not feel particularly bouncy. Yo. That was not ideal. Spin Doctor Orb. Every one unique upgrade slash downgraded hit are multiplied by -2? -2. Oh, what you do negative damage? You heal the enemy? I don't really know what that means. Okay. Okay. Don't really like this slime guy, but surely things are better now. Look, that didn't bounce at all! That orb lied on his resume for real. Ain't doing nothing. Okay, I think the lightning will help though. Okay. Okay. Not horrible. Okay, Gangnam Style is playing. Okay, we're locked in. I have a lot more health than I used to. I think we got this. I think everything is a-okay. Maybe. Oh my god. Oh, I thought that would get the thing for real. Wait, am I dead? Oh, thank goodness. That was kind of scary. I'll upgrade my lightning, but I kind of want to save for the shop. The targeted enemy is dealt orb stat to the 1.25 power damage for every peg activated, but attacks only deal 2 plus bonus damage. So is that saying all of these, the attack would be 2? It couldn't be higher than 2 attack, but then it... Man, this is some math. Why does the cactus have so much math? I don't know. I low-key don't know how exponents with decimal places work. Like, I feel like you could probably do a lot of damage with that, but I just don't even know. Maybe we don't take that. Glorious Suffering. Every peg activated gets upgraded plus 4 damage. But all attacks lose -4, -4. Okay. I don't think that's that good. Every shot gains +1 multi-ball, but created multi-balls are smaller than their orb. That seems a lot simpler. Surely cactus carries? Yeah. How come every time you say something, I don't do what you suggested? Do you think cactus carries? I feel like it would carry maybe with this build because everything having to attack, that's not that much of a debuff. Because they pretty much all have to attack anyway. But like in a perfect world, I would have like an assemble that's humongous. Oh my god, look at the little orb. How come? Uh, uh, um, Listen, surely it's just because you can't understand the mind of a genius such as myself. Oh my god, they're so tiny. I think I like this quite a lot. I like there being multiple balls. They buffed Machi Ma Machi Machikorbsha. Machikoisha? Why did you put orb in there? What did it used to be? Was it used to debuff your balls? Oh. Yeah, the fact that the mini ball is smaller, I feel like that's not even that much of a debuff. Like you're still getting another orb. I quite like it. Let's go this way. You stumble into a kitchen and are quickly accosted by a peglin dressed up as a human chef. They've clearly attempted to hide their ears, and the humans seem to be buying it. What are you doing in here? You're going to blow my cover, they squawk at you. Please, take this relic I found and get out of here. Man, I remember one time I ratted out the peglin chef just to see what would happen, and it doesn't even do anything. Like, you're just mean for no reason. I think it is interesting that there's humans in this game. How come we don't ever see them? What's wrong with them? Enemies don't get their extra turn. First reload. Thanks. You're able to sneak out through the nearest door, and you leave the other peglin to its business. Oh, yeah. Ugh, man, I do not like this bouncy ball. It could have been so cool, but no, it's just a glorified peb ball. Oh. Okay, thank goodness. Wait, I'm gonna get smacked. It's a bouncy pebble. Now, that's not very cool, though. I was hoping for something a little cooler than a bouncy pebble. Is it a single target? Oh, can target any enemy, but on crit, attack all enemies in a targeted column. They're always in columns, though. Maybe. At least usually. No! No! Oh my god. This is kind of silly. Maybe playing on 3 times speed is cooking me. It just feels so ridiculous on normal speed. Like, look at this. I feel... I feel like my brain isn't working. Like, why does normal feel like such slow motion? I feel like... I feel like I'm on anesthesia. I don't know. The TikTok brain rot got her. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Maybe it did. Maybe it did. But I try not to watch too much brain rot content. I try to watch um some educational stuff sometimes. Like I watched a video mm, what's an educational thing that I watched? um um, um I watched a video of a monkey of a little monkey hugging a stuffed animal. I think that's educational. Someone put Temple Run in the background. Hey, I don't watch the TikToks that are like Minecraft parkour with like the block brick breaker overlaid on top of it with like the AI voice reading Reddit stuff. I used to watch that, but I don't think that's very good for your brain. So I try not to. Educational monkey hug videos. Yeah. Oh wait, this is quite good. Heal 6. Sheesh. Oh man, one day I'll get double treasure. I watch those sometimes. You're cooked, buddy. You're cooked. Whee! Bro. Hmm. Oops. I'm a little worried that these blocks are strong. Am I dead this turn? I don't really want to find out. It's over? No, look, we're so back. Look, it's not even an issue. This is a non-issue. That issue's been resolved. Hmm. Kind of tough. I don't know where the best place to aim even is. Well, 2 without AoE is rough. Um, we don't even need that. We don't oh my god. Don't even need that. Oh my god. Oh look, see we just healed. I forgot I had that. No! Look, the bombs are the AoE. I don't know if I got this. Um uh, Oh look, it crit. See, that's so good. Bounce my balls. They're bouncing. All the bombs will be enough. There are a lot of bombs. I don't know how many other things will spawn in. Is that all of them? If that's all of them, I think it'll be fine. No, come back. Ugh. No. Bouncy Valkyrie. Surely. Check this out. Boing. Okay, it does feel quite a bit bouncier. I don't know if that's helpful, though. Oh, man. Out of bombs. Oh, okay. Okay, that's enough, I think. Yippee! Oh. Shock or absorber. Gains 1 for each bomb detonated in this battle. I don't think I want that. I don't think I want that, actually. Okay, maybe upgrading this will help. Bouncy Valkyrie, yo, easy. Real. Oh my god, upgrade sector. What are you? Upgrades each peg hit plus 4 damage. Does no damage though. Interesting. Oh wait, this is the thing you were talking about. Activate nearby pegs when detonated. I'll take it. I'll take it and then get rid of this. And now all of my balls are unique, so we're really getting the most out of our spin mentor thing. You find what looks like Haglin standing motionless on your path. Who hurt him? Something about it gives you the creeps, but they seem to be offering the same services as usual. Oh my god, I don't want to take damage from that actually. I could get rid of my Terror Ball. Or I could upgrade something. I don't really know what I'd upgrade. 2, 4. Yeah, we'll get rid of it. Consider it done. You're less than thrilled with the price that was paid, but your satchel is lighter with the removal of the Terror Ball. Try to go this way. Battles start with 10 extra gold. Yippee! Okay, maybe. Yo! Oh my god, wait, that's so cool. Attack game 1-1. Yo! Okay. That's kind of awesome. Surely that will help. As you're running your hand down the corridor wall, you discover the entrance to a small passageway. I like random navigation. I assume it's like one of these, right? Surely it wouldn't just take me to an elite. Get me in there. Okay, never mind. Did take me to an elite. But it's okay. It's okay. We eat that. We eat that up. Oh, the sunball seems really good with the Machikosha. Ouch. Never mind. We're so cooked. Elite. I mean, I guess it'll be good to have. Oh my god. I think I'm like actually cooked. Um, I feel like it'd be good to get the prize from the elite, but I'm quite unhealthy. You can target the range with lightning, but but yeah, you're cooked. How do you shift tab? Oh, I see. This is the only one I got. Okay, maybe I'm a pro gamer. That hurts so bad. I don't even know where to aim. I need to refresh for these guys. Okay, that was cool. Bounce, bounce, bounce. No. Okay. This is whenever you reload, not even just the first time. So maybe if I just like can discard enough, um, maybe it'll be okay. I don't want to discard this though. Yo! Yes. Get those sixes. Oh my god. I wish I knew who does more attack. I assume this guy does more attack. Does the counter just kills you without you AoE? Winnable? It's so winnable. You heal after it's fine, surely? Do I heal the 6 before they attack? Oh my god, it did not even it didn't even kill him! Am I fine? I don't know if I'm freaking out for no reason. Uh, uh. No! Oh man, I wasn't fine. Man, that was winnable. Um, it's okay. We live and we learn. Why is it so hard? Maybe I should do one that's not a high crucible. But I think this inventor is like the easiest for me to understand. Maybe I'll try with a regular peglin. And it won't be as bad. We'll try to money max. What does Spinventor do? For each unique orb gets +1, +2, I think. So like the pet balls don't, because you have a lot of them. But if you only had one pet ball, instead of it being a 2-3, it'd be a 3-4. The different characters are new to me. Wait, really? So you just played with this little bald dude? Man, you gotta pirate a copy that's updated, I think. I hope you just did! Okay. That's so funny. Wowie. I didn't know it was so easy to do that. Are you not worried about like getting a virus or something? I don't know. That'd be failing I don't get a virus. I'm a little nervous. Oh, I forgot what this orb does. A dark obelisk looms before you. It hums with a tantalizing power, and you can feel its connection to the earth. I think the obelisk is like you get power based off your ped balls. If I was doing that, I should have taken the ped ball thing. I think I'm just gonna shove a ped ball into it. You feel a sense of disappointment from the obelisk for not utilizing its true potential, but it does absorb the ped ball. I have websites for it. I also ran files through vi- Virus Total. It came out clean, so it should be safe. Wow, look at you. Look at you. What a what a dedicated pirate you are. Obelisk run? Yeah, but if you do obelisk run, you gotta keep the ped balls. I'm kind of a ped ball hater. Oh my goodness, hi! Oh my god! It's so good to see you. How is your day going, lovely? I hope it's as amazing as you are. I low-key am too. Wait, if you low-key are too, then why are you... Are you preying on my downfall? You just want to see me suffer? There's an encounter that turns all your pebbles into obelisks? I don't know if I've seen that before. Kind of awesome, though. People love the frost suffer. Yo! Sigh. Kinda real. Kinda real, unfortunately. Um, I'm going this way. Hi, Econs! Thanks for doing not first. World 2, I think. Not too sure, but I remember it exists. What if they patched it out? Since you have the since you have the old version of the game, you're just spreading lies. Uh, you find another Peglin. Yep, looking good. Get us out of here. Bow, 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 bow. I have not heard this song in so long. I'm going this way. Bow, 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 bow. Man, I need to purchase an orb that isn't Lotus Cheeks. Sheesh, I love when that happens. Is your day going good? Hope everyone's having a good day. Happy Thursday. I think Thursday's a pretty exciting day. It's like Friday Eve. The flying ones are so rough. Sphere. Attack pierces one enemy. Okay. Way to crit triggered. Plays one exploitable. Can target any enemy. Oh, wowie. I could buy a pebble. Man, I don't want any of this. But I feel like I need something. I'm just so picky. That is not where I was trying to go. Sigh. Friday Eve. Is Thursday just an edge day to you, SMH? Edge day. It deserves its own title. Oh my god, sorry. What would the what would the title be? Listen, it's not necessarily that Friday is better than Thursday. Well, maybe it kind of is. I do like Funky Monkey Friday, but I don't know. It's fun to see the days progress. Back, I was walking the dog. Yo! How's your dog? This song takes me back so much. Yeah, I haven't heard it in a while. Arc accentuates gain one must circle after attacking. Deals 4 self damage when fired. Yo, I don't even want that. I don't even want any of this. Oh wait, maybe this is good. Each gold collected from hit gold immediately deals one time the sword's damage to the targeted enemy. Um. Okay. Thirsty Thursday? Oh. Yeah, I guess that's kind of true. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not much of a Thursday partier. Be this way. Prevent the first time you take lethal damage. Wait, that would be so good for me. Though this is kind of nice too. Immediately deal 1 damage to the targeted enemy for every 2 pegs activated. I'm gonna be safe. Used to be my ringtone back in the day and scared everyone with that loud ass countdown at the start. That that does sound a little bit unsettling. Kind of awesome though. Freaky Friday? No, see, we're trying to show Thursday some love. A few minutes of solace with the sun beaming on your face leave you feeling quite refreshed, and you continue on your journey with a fresh bounce in your step. Thirsty Thursday? Yeah, I guess that's the consensus. But I don't know. What if you what if you had to do stuff early in the morning? Then I feel like you can't really let loose that much. Thoughtful Thursday? Oh my goodness. Okay, let's all think together. What are you guys thinking about? I'm thinking about dinner. I think I'm gonna have spaghetti for dinner. I invited a friend to come over for dinner, but I haven't checked my phone. Let me see. Oh my god! She said she'd love to have dinner with me. Oh, sheesh. Yeah, this is pretty great. Thursday's pretty great. Terrible Thursday. Oh, but that's not even the same. Thoughtful Thursday makes sense, and Thirsty Thursday makes sense because they're both TH. I feel like Terrible Thursday doesn't make as much sense. You could have Terrible Tuesday, though. We could make that a thing. Thinking about bus? Oh my god. Thinking about my salsa. Sorry, I took my text. Oh, I'm not the friend! Wait, no! Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on, guys. I gotta make a text. Do you want to eat spaghetti with me? Heart emoji. Question mark. Yippee! Tummy tea day? Tea day meaning Tuesday? Can I be honest? Tummy and terrible. I feel like this is not your best work. I feel like there's gotta be better alliteration. Um. Oh, you won for every peg activated after battle. Yippee! What do you even do on Tummy Tea Day? like eat some snacks. Oh my gosh, I got some I got some fish shaped I think it's called taiyaki. They're like the little waffles, the fish shaped waffles. I got some frozen ones from Trader Joe's and I'm almost out. But they are really good. They're really good. They're full of cream, which I don't know. I'm not a big cream enjoyer, but those are pretty good. I think it'd be better if they were filled with chocolate, but they're still pretty good. I think if you live near Trader Joe's, you should try it. Lay on your tummy, obviously. Floor tummy time. Floor tummy time. Hmm. I don't really lay on my tummy too often. I love floor time, but I like to lay on my back on the floor and like stretch my arms. Maybe like roll around. Mm-hmm. I don't know when the last time I laid on my tummy was. Although I have been doing the plank thing where I plank for a minute at 9 p.m. It's not really laying on your tummy though. It's like hovering above your tummy. Although I must say, I've been I'm on day 4 of doing the plank challenge and I only did it at 9 p.m. the first day. The other 2 days I low key was in the middle of something else. And I did it at like 11. Thieving Thursday? Yo! What are we stealing? What are we stealing? This is awesome. Timpani Thursday? We all play timpani? Maybe trumpets. I I don't know what a timpani is. I don't I don't know if I can play one because I don't really have one. I also don't have a trumpet. I could pretend to make a trumpet noise. Thigh Thursday, yo! Oh my god, and we all exercise our thighs. Shoot, I do gotta go to the gym today. Do I go to the gym before dinner or after my friend leaves? Probably before, but then I'm like sweaty. Ugh. Man, nobody talks about how hard it is to plan like events around the gym. Or maybe they do, and I just am not friends with people who go to the gym regularly. But like, man, man, it messes up my hair wash schedule for real. I might have not slept. What the? Tuck you in. You gotta sleep. You gotta sleep. Sleep is so important. Also, this is so awesome. We're running Ouroboros back. Before and after quick shower. Okay. So wake up before my friend comes over and then take a quick shower. I think that's a good plan. That's probably the best plan. Because if I say I'm gonna do it after, then I probably just won't do it. Can we get Tetris gameplay for Tetris Thursday? You want Tetris gameplay? I don't own Tetris. I low-key just use the silly little website for Tetris. Tetris is a Tuesday activity, not Thursday. Yeah, that's true. It doesn't have an H. It doesn't have an H. If I remember, I'll play. I'll play one round of Tetris on Tuesday. Swamp Thursday. Mario. Oh, I I do have a capture card that I have not used. I wanted to play Switch games. But my Switch is like low-key kind of suspicious. Like, I feel like the battery is kind of cooked really bad. And so if it's not plugged in, like charging constantly, it's it's really a toss-up of when it's gonna shut itself off. It's Tuesday? Sus! Yeah, it's sus. It's so sus. It'll say it's on like 60% and then it'll just die. Increase your held money by 20% when entering a question mark node. Yo, sounds nice. One extra crit. Post battle healing is increased by 1% for each orb in your deck. This one. Sus Saturday? Would it be Sus Saturday or Sus Sunday? I feel like Sus Sunday sounds better. But then I don't know what Saturday would be. I'll take this. I'll take this. Surely it'll be good. Oh, man. I do not like this slime. Slime Saturday? I like I like when people call other people slime. I'm not like 100% what that means. And also, I feel like when you use slime as an adjective, it means like you're gonna get them. Like if you slime someone, you're gonna beat them up. You're gonna perhaps murder them. Oh my god, I'm safe scumming. But then also people say like, "What up, slime?" And it means like friend. So I don't really know if slime is a good thing or a bad thing. Handcam slime stream. Just like ASMR. That would be kind of awesome. I don't own any slime. I don't own any slime. I also don't know what the market for that one is like, but that'd be kind of fun. That'd be kind of fun. But it sounds real nice. Murder Monday! Oh. Wow. Who are you guys murdering this Monday? Kind of exciting. Oh, handcam slime making stream. Wait, that's so cute. My little sister used to make slime a whole lot. A whole lot. I don't remember what all she used. I know she used Elmer's glue and contact solution, and I have those things. I think you need other stuff. I'll look into this. Murder Monday and DVD. Um, 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 maybe. I don't know. I think if I played DBD, it would have to be. It'd have to be like an incentive. Like it'd have to be part of a donathon or something. I'm a bit. I'm a bit squeamish for that one. I used to make oobleck with cornstarch and water. Is that all it was? Cornstarch and water? How would it be stretchy? That just sounds like a mess. My target starts with ant and ends with a knee. Underscore 079. Oh. I wonder who it could be. Well, good luck. What if you play D&D but you close your eyes? Wait, that would be so awesome. Like I'll screen share to you and then you tell me what buttons to press. Yeah, I think we could make that work. I'd still have to hear people screaming though. Hmm. Maybe it would be fine. Maybe if I was listening to Mix Salsa's beautiful voice, it would be fine. Guys, can I be honest? I'm dead as hell. This little... This little ball is not cutting it. Hell yeah, I love oobleck. I don't actually know the difference between oobleck and slime. Are they not the same thing? Blind gameplay genius. It's so clever. When my Pookie hates my favorite game, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I can't even hate it because I never tried it. Um, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ugh. I'm just a little nervous. We're gonna lose the cactus, surely. That wasn't even this run, was it? I don't think it was. Surely, you don't even know what you're talking about. Sigh. Sorry, I can't type. No, it's okay. Don't even worry. Don't even worry. I know what you're trying to say. I'm in your brain. Oobleck is the one you slap, and it's hard. But if you slowly touch, it becomes liquid. What? That's so interesting. Thank you. thank you for thank you for sharing, Aunt. That was so awesome. Man, I love when Frost is in me. My brain, I mean. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh? Wait, hold on. I don't think I was this. I don't know how I was. Does anyone know what size I was? Mm, mm. I look too small, but then this looks too big. Because my ears are cropped. Maybe it was like this. Maybe it's fine. I swear it's real. Right. Was this so horrified? It's real, I know. Um, I don't understand at all. How does the pressure of you touching it affect its hardness level? That's so goofy. Just fill up the screen. Oh, you're so right. Meow. This is how we're playing. None of you are looking at the gameplay anyway. Hi, cuties. How is everyone? Hi, Kika. I'm doing so good. How are you? Happy, shoot. Did anybody come up with a Thursday thing? Happy Thoughtful Thursday. We're being so thoughtful today. I think. I like when you're big. It's so unlike real life. Why? Why would you say that? Bro, I'm huge. I'm huge. Man, I'm huge and I'm dead. It's fine. It's fine. We GG next. That's the magic? I forgot how it works. But it's science. Oh. Wowie, I love science. Feeling hashtag thoughtful today. Short fast confirmed. Bro, that is not... That's not real. And it's not confirmed. Excel's just bullying me. Sigh. She's just being a hater. When you squeeze it, it feels like clay. But when you let go, it runs through your fingers. It's so freaky. What? It runs through your fingers? What? Non-Newton fluid. Newtonian fluid magic. Okay, maybe I'll do a handcam stream where I make slime and I also make oobleck because I don't... I can't really visualize that at all. That sounds very freaky. She's 9 feet tall, bug feet. Yo! Mean. I am 9 feet tall. Going back to Spinventor. I don't know. I don't know. I gotta win at least one round. That's the actual name for it, I guess. But isn't Oobleck more fun? Oobleck is so awesome. Oobleck stream! You're gonna be like, oh my god, chills! What if I what if I just act like really shocked by everything? Like, do you guys ever like watch those like TikToks where the influencer is like definitely hyping it up a little too much? Or have you guys seen the infomercial for the rainbow sponge? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Where she's like, "Oh my god. Please somebody know what I'm talking about." Oobleck is a specific one. Non-Newtonian fluid is a generic term for everything that acts that way. I've never seen anything act like that. If you hit it with a hammer, it breaks but then melts again. What? Can you do a thumbnail face? I can't move my arms, but I can like, oh my god! Are you guys seeing this, Oobleck? And then like you have to imagine me pointing. They'll hype them up, bud. Do a YouTuber voice now? Um, I genuinely can't think of what a YouTuber voice is. Hey, what's up, guys? X Cinnamon and Fox X here. Right back at you with another stream. Today we're making Oobleck. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't know what a YouTube voice is. Hold on. I need you guys to see this rainbow sponge video though. Okay, check this out. Can we watch Oobleck videos on the ad break? Yeah, but if we watch the Oobleck videos on an ad break, then whenever I make Oobleck, then it won't be my authentic reaction. I'll just be lying to you. Okay, can you guys pay attention? Can you guys look at this?
You asked for it. A whole video devoted to the rainbow sponge. The Army Arts and Crafts Department sent me to
Is
create.
this the
No,
best
not enough.
quality that we have?
This is so dense. 3
Okay.
sizes because I can't stand just one size. Another thing that I want to talk about
This is
is
so awesome.
the hygiene of the sponge. I squeezed and squeezed and squeezed and squeezed. No flab on this arm for my cleaning. Flab on this arm.
Okay, I don't know what she's talking about. Can I be honest?
Gloves are incredible.
You need way more enthusiasm. You need to be like yelling,
Absolutely pure.
but she's not yelling.
Oh my gosh.
That's gonna be me.
Pure. Oops, a virgin edge.
Does she say oops a virgin edge? Okay.
Oh my gosh, I love a sponge that is absolutely pure. Oops, a virgin edge. Oh my gosh. I did. Sorry.
She literally just yelled. Okay, yeah, I guess she is.
Those wiggles.
Anyways, I'm
Oh my
gonna.
gosh.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is gonna be me making my
I love
slime.
to wiggle the whole thing.
I love to wiggle.
Surfaces that you can sponge on. I'm going to show you wood. Of course, you can go straight. Oh my
I
gosh.
need subtitles.
Are they incredible? or what?
Incredible!
Okay, calm down, Dee. And it's done. Yes.
Calm down, Frosty.
Do you see that? Earth tone. Look at that. Isn't that
She's
fun?
so excited. That's several years old. I'm surprised it still exists.
What? Look at that.
It's so memorable.
On a card.
Ah! Oh my god. On a card. Is this stream safe for work? I think I gotta go. No, come back. It's safe.
Heavy. Oh. Yes. Yes.
Oh my god. She's like in her mic. Can I be honest? It's not even that pretty. Like, am I just a hater or does it look kind of ugly? I don't know. I don't know, but she really is hyping it up.
Oh my gosh. Now, think, go this way, and now we zigzag. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Look at that time. Okay. And then. This was one night that I did not sleep. It is not.
This is one night that I did not sleep. Can you imagine this lady, this D figure, just up at like 3 a.m. playing with her rainbow
So
sponge?
hard to stop.
It's so hard to stop. Yeah, anyway, I think that's the best like reaction content I've ever seen. And so when I make slime, I'm gonna try really hard to emulate that. This one is ugly with the plaid ones. I don't know. They were okay. I would say none of them were worth the amount of screaming she did. But they're like kinda cute. I want it. Yo! What repo sponge, please? Oh my goodness, thank you. I don't know if we can buy them. Like, do they still sell them? I'm gonna be honest. I think you can just get a normal sponge and put paint on it. And I think it'll probably work. This grandma convinced 100 children to buy a sponge with some ink on it. Yeah, she hyped it up so good. A whole stream of rating old infomercials. Oh, that'd be so fun. I do quite like infomercials. I just I feel like reaction content is oh, sorry, I muted myself. I feel like reaction content's kind of hard for me because I want it to be additive. Like I don't want to just be content stealing, but like I don't know what I'd even have to say. Like we're just making fun of people, which is maybe kind of awesome. Can we watch ShamWow? Shout out to the potion seller video. Potion seller? Hmm. I don't think I've seen ShamWow. I've heard people reference it, but I don't know if I've seen it. There goes the refund. Uh, uh, um, uh, what if I send you a sponge with ink on it in the mail, and I tell you it's a rainbow sponge? We can insert you into an OxyClean ad. Do you prefer Flex Seal? OxyClean? What? I remember watching the OxyClean ads. Were they good? I feel like they were kind of boring. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. We can watch one more. This is this the video you were talking about, Apex? I a little unsettling. Do you guys want OxyClean or Flex Seal or ShamWow? I'm gonna like this video. The reason we're all depressed is because she stole all the serotonin. Kind of awesome. Streamer's choice if you got another, hit us with it. No, this is the best one I have. I don't think I've seen ShamWow. We can watch it. This one? Okay, listening. Oh, hi Vince.
Every time you use this towel. It's like a chamois.
Oh, it's so loud.
It's like a sponge. A regular towel doesn't work wet.
Regular towel.
Dry. This is for the house, the car, the boat, the RV. ShamWow holds.
I don't have an RV or a boat.
It just does the work. Why do you want to work twice as hard? Doesn't trip.
It just does the work.
You wash it in the washing machine. Made in Germany. You know the Germans always make good stuff. You can cut it.
Oh my god. What? What? You know the Germans what?
You know the Germans always make good stuff.
What is he saying?
Use one as a bath mat, drain your
Why?
one as a towel.
I'm so overstimulated. What do you mean cut it in half?
Drain your dishes with the other. You know the Germans always
Wait, her nails looked pretty.
Use one as a bath mat.
I liked the bath mat foot.
Use one as a towel.
Wait, you just wipe your dog with it?
Olympic divers, they use it as a towel. Look at that.
Do Olympic Do we have any Olympic divers in chat? Do they use it as a towel?
Look at that, completely dry. Put a wet sweater, roll it up, it dries your sweaters. Here's some cola. Wine, coffee, cola, pet stains. Not only is the damage gonna be on top.
Is it just microfiber?
See that?
That is gonna smell.
We're gonna do this in real time. Look at this. Put on the spill, turn it over without even putting any pressure. 50% of the cola right there. You follow me, camera guy? The other
What is going on? Oh my god, hi Shimp. You'll get one after you buy a ShamWow. Oh, that'll just like give me the boat and RV. There's no way that much
50%
liquid
of the
came.
cola right there. You follow me,
Is
camera
this
guy?
real?
The other
I'm
Look at
feeling
this.
like the
Put on
camera
the spill,
guy. I
turn
don't
it
think
over
I'm
without even
following.
putting any pressure. 50%.
How much
See that?
cola did he?
It's gonna be wine, coffee, some cola. Wine,
Okay.
coffee, cola, pet stains. Not only is the damage gonna be
Okay.
there's your mildew. That is gonna smell.
There's
See
your
that?
mildew.
The most of
These
all you need is
captions
a
are
little
not even
vodka.
right.
Olympic diver
Put on
2x
the
gold
spill.
Oh,
medalist
oh,
here.
oh, thank
I don't
goodness.
think I could live without my ShamWow.
So awesome. I'm confused on how he cut it in half and it still looked very squarish.
Turn it over without
What
even putting any
material
pressure.
is this?
50% of the cola right there. You follow me?
Did he even put that much cola? I
Camera guy. The other 50%, the color
what?
starts to come up. No other towel's gonna do that. It acts like a vacuum. And look at this.
Is this real? Is this real? You guys know that the guy who made the Potion Seller video is actually a serious screenwriter now and writes really good movies? I haven't seen Potion Seller. The thumbnail kind of scared me.
Virtually dry on the bottom.
Is this real? I think maybe this is working on me.
See what I'm telling you? Sham wow, you'll be saying wow every time. I can't live without it.
I feel like he's talking so fast that I can't even process what he's saying, and like maybe
See what I'm telling you? Sham wow,
maybe
you'll
it's
be saying wow
working.
every time. I can't live without it. I just love it. Oh my
I
gosh,
just
I don't even buy paper towels anymore.
If you're gonna wash your
oh.
cars or any kind of vehicle, you'd be out of your mind not to own one of these.
All I can say is sham wow.
How many are you supposed to have?
Every month on paper towels anyway. You're throwing your money away.
$20 every month on paper towels? What? Who's spending $20 every month on paper towels?
Sham wows are for everything, for everyday use.
Are you supposed to use the same ShamWow that you used on your dog on your Olympic body as well? He literally did put pressure when he rolled it. Liar? Yeah, I'm feeling like he's a liar. Can he go on my Hear Me Out cake?
This lasts 10 years. This lasts a week. I don't know. It sells itself.
A week? What are you doing to your sponge that it lasts 1 week? I did own one back in the day. They did work, but it was basically microfiber, tightly woven.
The ShamWow sells
Interesting.
for $19.95, but you get one for the house, one
I
for the
don't.
car, two for the kitchen and bathroom.
Oh,
Call
okay.
now.
You need 4 of them. Okay, understood. But how many do I need for my dog?
$19.95, but you get one for the house, one for the car, two for the kitchen and bathroom. But if you call now,
2 for the kitchen and bathroom? Why isn't it 1 for the kitchen and 1 for the bathroom?
next 20 minutes, because we can't do this all day, we'll give you a
Oh
second
my
set.
god.
Absolutely.
Do you think it's
So
still...
that's 8
Oh my
ShamWows
god!
for
I need to
$19.95.
call.
It comes with a 10-year warranty.
Can
Here's how to order.
get... Does anyone know how to get these off of here? Hey! Thanks for the bonk. Potion Seller Watch Party win? Is that an infomercial as well, or is that just like a meme? Dog was sharing a ShamWow on my dog. Like, what if he rolled in the mud? How? I need the number. I need to see the number. Do we hear you out on the guy or the ShamWow itself? I agree either way. On the guy, he feels like a manipulator.
Give you a second set absolutely free. So that's 8 ShamWows for $19.95. Comes with a 10-year warranty.
A 10-year warranty. Wait, Anthony, do you still have yours? Did you buy yours more than 10 years ago?
Here's how to order.
You should trade yours in. Oh, it's from 2007. Maybe they'd still honor it. Beware of imitators. Where's the number at? I gotta call. It's just a very good video. And then what if I like low-key take an ad break? And then we can watch it during the ad break. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to my non-subscribers. potion seller. It's so interesting. Anyway, the ShamWow that like exceeded my expectations. That was such a good infomercial.
Hello, potion seller.
Mm,
I am going into battle, and I want your strongest potions.
okay.
My potions are too strong for you, traveler.
Are these two different characters?
Potion seller, I tell you I'm going into battle, and I want only your strongest potions.
Wait, so this guy's a screenwriter?
You can't handle my potions. They're too strong for you.
Is this the kind of films he's
Potion
making?
seller, listen to me. I want only your strongest potions.
This guy
My
seems
potions
whimsical.
will kill you, traveler. You cannot handle my potions.
What do you think inspired him to like start recording
Potion
this?
seller, enough of these games.
He's like, I
I'm
have
going
such a
into
good idea.
battle,
Or do you think
and
this
I
was
need your
improv?
strongest potions. My strongest potions will kill you, traveler. You can't handle my strongest potions.
Is
You
it
better go
3
to a
minutes
seller
of
that
this?
sells weaker potions.
I bless you with ShamWow. Have a good stream.
Potion
Thank you for
seller,
the like, Anthony.
I'm telling you right now.
Thank you.
I'm going into battle, and I need only your strongest potions. You don't know what you ask, traveler. My strongest potions will kill a dragon, let alone a man. You need a seller
I want to
that
know.
sells weaker potions.
I want to
Because
know more
my
about his
potions
potions.
are too strong. Potion seller, I'm telling you, I need your strongest potions. I'm going into battle.
Why is he selling
I'm
potions
going to battle, and I need your
if he's not
strongest
even gonna
potions.
give them
You
up?
can't handle my strongest potions.
Is he just profiling
No
people?
one can. My strongest potions are fit for a beast, let alone a man.
What does this
Potion
mean?
seller, what do I have to tell you to get
What is
your
this a
potions?
commentary on?
Why won't you trust me with your strongest potions, potion seller? I need them if I'm to be successful in the battle. I can't give you my strongest potions because my strongest potions are only for the strongest beings, and you are of the
Oh,
weakest.
kind of messed up.
Well, then that's it, potion seller. I'll go elsewhere. I'll go elsewhere for my potions. That's what you'd better do. I'll go elsewhere for my potions, and I'll never come back. Good. You're not welcome here.
Is this toxic
My
yaoi?
potions are only for the strongest, and you're clearly not of the strongest. You're clearly the weakest.
I feel like the
You
potion
have your
seller
say,
wants
potion
him
seller, but I'll have
to
none.
like prove that he's not weak.
You're a rascal with no respect for knights.
This
No
performance is
respect
crazy.
for
He's
anything
like,
except your potions. Why respect knights
he is quite passionate.
when my potions can do anything that you can?
This man wrote Challengers starring Zendaya? How does that make you guys feel? Because it makes me incredibly happy. Well, I haven't seen it. So I can't really speak to the quality. But that is kind of crazy. Wow. That was cinema. Thank you. I would what is the letterbox scale out of? Is it a 5-star system? I think I would give that one 3 stars. Explosion Seller Yaoi is insane. Well, like you can kind of feel the tension, like it's palpable. He's like, "Ugh, you're too weak. You're too weak for my potions." And you know he's just like baiting him to prove him wrong, you know? That's my interpretation anyway. You think Zendaya has watched Potion Seller? Um, I can only hope. I can only hope. Do you think she would like it? If you reload, deal 20 damage times the number of reloads to all enemies. Oh my god, I was like, why is it so quiet? Sorry. Yeah, out of 5 stars, I would give it 3. He did break character a few times, which is like fine and endearing, but you know, from a critic standpoint, from a critic standpoint, you gotta dock him a little bit. And I also think it was a little bit repetitive, which I could understand how that really hammers the message across, but it's just not my favorite. You know, it felt a little redundant at times, but it was still enjoyable. I would give it like 3 stars and then a heart. There's yaoi everywhere for those with eyes to see. That's so real. That's so real. I'm so glad you understand me. Feel RP minus 2834057 points. Oh my goodness, that is so many points to lose. What's the scale out of? Do plus 0.34 bonus damage for each peg. I think that's good. I think that's good. I don't know, guys. I don't really know what's going on in this game. I just want to win. Immediately deal 1 damage to the targeted enemy for every 2 activated. Okay. Okay, we can do that. I have $1 in my bank account, so I think we're not going to the shop. Gla! Oh my goodness, hi Carrot. Hi, good morning. Good morning, how's it going? I hope you're doing very good. Oh, wow, I love this song. Shout out Azumazu underscore. Man, which pebbles should we let sink? You reach a clearing that is unusually slimy. You progress cautiously, but still lose your step. 3 orbs fall into the slime. You only have 2 hands. Darn it. Which one do you let sink into the slimy abyss? Man, if we had a sham wow, I bet we could unslime the abyss. The thing I love the most about this is I can imagine exactly how he was playing around with the filter and came up with the characters based on the faces. I don't think that's something that I imagined. Maybe, maybe I'm not a character creator. I'm not a director like that. That is kind of awesome though. Everything hurts. Untuck. Yo. Oh my goodness. He said everything hurts and you're untucking him. Messed up. Yo, hell yeah. My one contribution to the world, introducing Frost to this song. No, you also introduced me to Nork fishing. So that's pretty cool. Gee, you're so right. Yeah, give yourself some more credit. I do really like this song though. It's so good. 2 contributions. I'm trying to think what else. You also taught me random psychology things from your streams. Like there's that one thing you said where if you like get used to having missing assignments, instead of locking in next semester, you're actually more likely to do it again. I was like, sheesh, I didn't even know that was a real thing, but that was pretty true for me. I woke up on my right side, the side with the bad lung, so it hurts extra when I breathe. My arm is sore, my shoulders hurt, and my back feels like someone slung a sledgehammer onto it. How are you? That sounds very concerning. um, 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 have you ever done like yoga? Or any sort of stretching for mobility? I genuinely think stretching helps so much with pain. I would recommend everybody stretch. But I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. It's nice and rainy today. I'm eating that up. You're definitely a storyteller for recognizing the palpable tension between traveler and potion seller. And also for humanized airlines. Oh my god. Thank you for saying that. That's such a good compliment. I I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I might be brain rotted for romance a little bit. My third contribution was procrastinating so hard I had to study live. That's kind of real. You do be procrastinating. I always like your studying streams though, because I like learning psychology stuff. It's pretty interesting. I think it would suck if you were like, I don't know, a chemistry major. But I think everybody likes to learn little psychology facts. Man. Getting ate up. Why is this game low-key so hard? Never mind, I'm so good. Yo! And we can have an assemble. Attacks all enemies. Shit. We got AoE. We're so saved. We're so saved this time. Oh, that's embarrassing. Oh. That noise was crazy. Can we hear that again? Wait, everybody listen. You listening? Ew. Ugh. I don't know. It sounded like he was like stretching, but then also throwing up. That did not sound like a nice wake up sound. I guess unless you wake up and then immediately throw up. Maybe that's real. It's okay. Just today, I saw a ship art of two humanized Minecraft blocks, so I think you're fine. Yo, I've seen this before. I like the crafting table and the furnace, like ship dynamic. And it's always so steamy. And I thought I was the only one in the whole world who like saw that. I'm so glad other people are experiencing that. 3-hour mark and I didn't do the fast couple care package. So get ready for rapid fire. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thanks, Carrot. Hmm. The blast furnace was fun. I don't think I saw the blast furnace one. I think I've only seen the regular furnace and the crafting table. Maybe I saw a wool block humanized as well, but it wasn't like yaoi. Hmm. But yeah, shout out to that artist. They truly have the mind of a genius. To find him for you. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work. Ew, this little freakazoid making some weird noises. Wow. Never even played Minecraft, it just showed up, but I wasn't complaining. You never even played Minecraft? That's crazy. It's the best-selling game in the whole world. Thank goodness. Aw, I feel like that should have gave me something cool. It is like a hidden little guy. Sigh. Anyways. Every prime number shot pierces an additional enemy. Sheesh. Raise your hand if you know what a prime number is. I kinda forgot. Is 27 prime? Does prime just mean it's only divisible by itself in 1? Is that real? That means 27 is not prime. What's prime then? Is 2 a prime number? 1, 2, 3. Not 4. Is 5 prime? Yeah, you remembered it? Yeah! What are big numbers that are prime? 5, 7. Is there anything bigger than 7 that's prime? No. I think Date Everything has really woken people up to the fine art of humanizing objects and making them very attractive. My goodness. There's this artist I follow on Instagram. She does a lot of normal art, but she also does like some goofy art. And she drew like almost all of the like Disney, maybe not Disney, 'cause I don't know if Spirit the horse is Disney. Maybe he is. But she just drew a bunch of like cartoon horses as very handsome men. Like Mulan's horse as a man and Spirit as a man. Trying to think of other ones. I think Spirit was my favorite. They're all so good. I can't find the artist. Wrong emoji habit. I meant to do this one. No, it's okay. I feel like the frog still made sense. Um, it's okay. It's okay. I can imagine a very attractive man. Don't even worry. 237. Oh, you forgot 5. 11, 13, 17, 23. Yo! My favorite number is 17. I didn't know it's prime. In my defense, it's 4 a.m. 5 and 19 are prime. Fuck. Oh, this is so sad. Wait. So this would really only be useful for the second. Is 1 also prime? Does 1 count? Like, would it be the first shot, the second, the third, and then the 7th? I don't know how many shots. I don't really know how many shots are in an average, like, boss fight. But I feel like this wouldn't be super useful. I was gonna ask if Mulan Source was there. Yes! I forgot Mulan Source's name. But yeah, he was there. He was there. Wait, I wonder, would it be inappropriate to, like, show that on stream? And I gotta find her, account. I found the wrong artist, so this person also has a very attractive furnace man. Why are multiple people... Why are multiple people drawing Minecraft blocks? That's kind of awesome. Shoot. Okay, what is her name? Um, Hold on, I'm scrolling. I don't think 1 counts. Not sure though. Aw, you don't even know? Sigh. You were supposed to know everything. What is this? Mhm. What was that trend called where it's just drawing horses? Sorry, this is so important. I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm looking. Some of these might not be stream safe. I don't know. They don't feel not safe, but there's like some guys with their shirts off. Is that chill? I think a good one to draw would be different plants as humans. Which plant do you think would be the prettiest? Oh, you've said that you think Mint would be a really like pretty person. And I think that's pretty real. I'm sorry, I'm really trying to look for this. It was really quite beautiful. In my search, I found multiple other Minecraft G- Shinka artists. This person turns logs into women. I didn't know what Shinka is. I don't know what that means. Okay, I found her TikTok account. But where's the specific video that I'm looking for? Okay, you can look with me. Um um nobody's gonna tell nobody's gonna tattletale on me if you see like shirtless guys, right? Nobody's gonna yell at me. Can you guys all sign a waiver? Can you guys all sign a waiver right now? No, it's fine. Okay. Shinka is a Japanese term for anthropomorphism, referring to the practice of designing human or humanoid characters based on animals, inanimate objects, creatures, or abstract concepts. Oh, I think that's really fun. I didn't know there was a term for that, but I really like that. I think that's fun. Okay, check this out. I'm gonna take your silence as yes, you signed the waiver. Okay, I think it's this one. Oh my god, wait, this is the one. Hold on. I gotta pause. Gotta pause the music. Oh my god, it's so loud. I'm so sorry. Shh, we're getting into it. Isn't he so pretty? Shh. Look at the piercings. That's so lovely. That's so creative. Oh, okay. This is Maximus from Tame Gold. Oh my god, I really like that one. I really like long blonde hair. It kind of, what do you call it when it's like a twink but they also are very muscular? I don't know if there's a word for that. Like the face is giving twink but the body's not. I don't know. I think that's a good trope. Is this a horse? Okay, this is Meredith's horse. Very very grunge, very nice. A tasteful amount of piercings. But anyway, yeah, this artist is just kind of going crazy sicko mode. That's very pretty too. I like the. I don't know if these are tattoos or just like body paint. Very very nice. This is really good, but I don't think it's very Maximus. I think he has short hair. Hold on, I gotta look at Maximus. Yeah, I feel like Maximus would low-key have like a buzz cut. Maybe not a buzz cut, but I agree. I think he would have very short hair. This is not giving Maximus, but it's okay. It's still a very pretty design. Oh, that one's really nice too. I don't think I liked any of that artist. Sorry. I can't find the blast furnace. That's so sad. That's so sad. I don't even know if this would count as like humanizing it because this is not even a human, I don't think, but very, very pretty. Okay. I think that's all the horses. I thought there was spirit. I thought for sure she did spirit, but maybe not. Here's an Enderman, I guess. Okay. Anyways, shout out and credits to oh, it's literally cut off. Sophia Mins _art. I like their art. They did a good job. Okay, sorry. Sorry. That was a tangent we had to go on. I don't make the rules. For some reason, my first thought for Prince is that a snapdragon would be like a prince or something. And they'd be really fancy and snobby and annoying. I guess you could make him like you somehow. That's not even like a type of guy I like, but I don't know, it just came to mind. Ooh, can I be honest? I can't visualize a snapdragon. Are those the ones that are like like a like a stick, like a stick kind of flower, and it has like lots of buds coming off of it. Yeah? Okay, okay. That definitely does have Prince energy. A little pompous behavior. Seeing so much good art. Scrolling through my likes though, yo! Shout out shout out to artists. You're doing such a good job. I love looking at art. A really nice flower, I like it. I think I low-key had some growing. Not last year, but the year before. It's like one of the first flowers that I ever grew from like seeds. Usually when I buy flowers, I'll get like ones that are already sprouted, like from the garden center or something. But I think snapdragons is the first flower I grew from seeds. And it was pretty successful. It's pretty successful. I like them. They smell good. Shout out to artists. You'll have the unique ability to make me both motivated and demotivated to try out art. Oh no. Oh. I think I think you should try out art. And then you can draw your own blast furnace. And it'll be so awesome. What do I even have? Oh, I have the symbol. Okay. This time I'm gonna win for real. I think. I think maybe. I'm not duplicating anything though. I don't need that. Attacks all enemies. That is not even helpful at this exact moment in time. Yo! Thanks for the bonk, I guess. She, aren't you supposed to be in bed right now? Didn't you say you like didn't sleep or something? I'm worried about you a little bit. I gotta think of a plant that I would actually like as a human, because Snapdragon's smug, punchable face. Yeah. Byakuya syndrome. You just know Dill would like would like the humanized Snapdragon. She'd eat that up. My favorite flowers are lilies and carnations. I don't have any strong sense of what their personalities would be like. I think carnations would be very, very clean, very good smelling, very tidy. But past that, I don't really know. Lilies, I got nothing. I really can't think of what a lily would be like. No bed. No bed. Get tucked. Get tucked. Okay. Oh, I forgot I have the healing thing. Wait, this is kind of awesome. I'll give you some humanizations. Yo! Yeah, give them to me. Hand them over. I need to know what a lily... what a human lily would be like. I guess I have also been thinking of all these humanized things as, like, masculine. Maybe that's problematic of me. I feel like maybe a lily would be more feminine, but I wanna think of hot fellas. Oh yes. Hello, Lucia. Pika You tucked me too tight. Just close your eyes. Just close your eyes and don't worry about it. Surely if you fall asleep, you won't notice. How am I doing? I'm doing so good! A nice, cozy, relaxing day. And I'm gonna make spaghetti for my friend later. Pretty awesome. Also, I don't know if Mick is still here. But I want everybody to know that I texted Mick if she wanted to come over for dinner. And she said no with an exclamation point. She said, "Girl, I'm in a different state than you. What the hell are you thinking? No." So, I guess I'm cooked. I guess I'm cooked. Huh. She wouldn't even drive multiple hours away to come eat spaghetti with me. I typed through all my likes and couldn't find it. The artist was too small to find their art in search. Aw, that's so sad. Maybe it'll just come back to your For You page naturally. One can only hope. Rejected and she stole your clothes? She stole my clothes? It's okay, she can have them. I'd share my clothes with her. Leaking our private messages. Oh my god. Oh my god, hi Mick. Oh my god, hi. So good to see you. Um, that was a different Mick. I would never leak our DMs. What you mean? No, I drive a couple states after my best friend. See? Sigh. Sigh. You wouldn't even take off work to have spaghetti with me? How could this be? You fear I would not fit in Foss clothes? Yeah. Yeah, because I'm like 8 feet tall. So they'd be like really long on you. She's only 2. I'm gonna bonk your head. Is spaghetti too? I'd take a 5-hour flight. Really? I guess spaghetti is kind of like it has a reputation for being fancy, but I don't know. I feel like in reality, spaghetti is one of the easiest things you can make. I'm not making the sauce or anything homemade. It's just like dry pasta that I'm boiling in water, and then a can of Trader Joe's marinara sauce that I'm cooking on the stove, and then putting fried chicken on top of. Like, I guess the fried chicken makes it a bit more high effort, but I don't know. I don't know. I think if it was like a steak dinner or like chicken parmesan. I guess chicken parmesan is kind of just spaghetti with fried chicken. Yeah, okay, never mind. I talked myself back in a circle. I think you're onto something. You had spaghetti last night? Sheesh. I haven't had spaghetti in a while, but I've been craving it. I think Carnation is usually the most quiet, sweet, and timid person. But when they get mad, they really stand for what they believe in. Oh my god. And it kind of shocks everyone. Sheesh. Wait, that's so awesome. And they're really good at fashion, especially accessorizing. They love going on dates in nature, but not too naturey. They kind of hate getting dirty. Okay, I'm doing Lily next. Wait, I love this. That was such a good characterization. Those are all really good qualities, I think. I really feel going on dates in nature, but not too naturey. I don't know. I don't like hate getting dirty, but it's not like my very most favorite. I don't know. Like I'll definitely go on hikes and on picnics and like for a little swim in a stream. But I think if I have to put on a bunch of bug spray, then I'm just constantly thinking about like that feeling rather than enjoying the date. Baked spaghetti is not fancy. Maybe he did like spaghetti al assassina? What is al assassina? I don't know what that is. But don't worry, I'm putting fried chicken on top of it. Like sliced up. A sliced up chicken fillet. It's just like medium fancy. I think it's fancier if you make your own marinara sauce, but I just am not doing that. You made me both spaghetti and fried chicken, but I don't have the stuff for it anymore because I made both recently. Why do you do this to me? Oh, well, at least you had it recently. Like, that's pretty good. Assassin spaghetti? You cook the noodles in the sauce and allow it to char a little bit to make it slightly crunchy? Hmm. Would that not overcook the sauce if you cooked? I can't imagine boiling marinara sauce like cooking spaghetti properly. I've never tried that. Sounds good though. I really like al dente pasta. So maybe if it's like slightly crunchy, that would be good. Taking 2 rare orbs are added to your deck. Orbs are randomly upgraded 3 times, and 100 gold is acquired? That sounds awesome. Give me that. Wait. I thought it'd tell me what I got. Instigatorb. After attacking with this orb, the next orb fired will attack all enemies. Okay, that seems good. And replenish orb. When fired, refresh the board. Sure. Looks good to me. It's best done with a spicy sauce, preferably homemade. Let me just send the recipe link. I had it and quite liked it. Yeah, you can send a recipe link. I think that sounds nice. I'm trying to think if I've ever had spicy spaghetti. I can imagine what that tastes like, so like maybe I have. But I don't know. But yeah, I'm having spaghetti today because I've been I've been really craving fried chicken. And I think fried chicken is best with rice in like a katsu situation or spaghetti. And I had rice recently, so spaghetti it is. I think it's also just a nice, easy thing to be able to share with people. Oh. I'm fumbling the bag for real. Let me come over to Somerville, America. I want more spaghetti and chicken. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Come here. You can have spaghetti chicken. Thinking about making garlic bread as well. I don't know, I'm trying to be a little healthier. But how can you not have garlic bread? Definitely something to consider. If nothing else. After attacking with this or discarding. Wait. Being able to discard it might be cool. I'm gonna upgrade that one though. Oh. I was hoping to go to the question mark one. But I guess this is chill. Oh man. I need to get rid of these level 1 pebbles. This game is so hard. I have either a link I can just send, or I can just send the recipe and steps directly to you as words so you don't have to sift through 9 million words of nonsense. Aw, but that's the best part of looking at recipes. I love reading the random little short stories that people post at the beginning of their recipes. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna save scum. I did not realize I was losing that bad. Teehee. Teehee. Meow. Meow, meow. Oh. Oh, I have Tuna's cards. Slay. Does chatbot allow links or will be killed for that? Oh, I think chatbot allows links. You could also post it in the media, my Discord if it doesn't let you. Oh yeah. Clicking. Clicking. Caramelized tomato sauce makes this a wonderfully savory dish. The reduction of the tomato broth brings out the sweetness of the tomatoes, which balances well with the spiciness of the chili flakes. Oh. Oh. That's really interesting. Alright. Saved for later. Thank you, Carrot. Bye. Hmm. Guess we're saving foe today. All this healing. How's my daughter Peglin doing? Oh, well, she has science goggles on. So that's a good sign, I think. How are you, Dizzy? How's your arm feeling? Oh, okay. Listening? Lily seems like the person that's always quiet because they have so much going on in their head. And it's more interesting to them than what's outside. They rarely laugh or smile, even when they do think something is funny. Both of these things make people consider them mean or just mysterious, but it's just the way they are. They live in a huge apartment in the city that you have no idea how they afford. Probably a graphic designer. Oh, interesting. I think in my head, I imagined Lily to be a bit more jovial, but I like the mysterious aura. I like the mysterious aura. I really like being friends with people with Lily aura, because I like learning their tells. Like, I don't know. I think it's kind of cool when somebody like doesn't really wear their emotions on their sleeve, but then like you can tell when they're happy. It's like, oh, I got a read on you. I'm so good at learning. That sounds nice. Thank you, Aphex. This is beautiful. I don't make it often, just because it's a bit of a hassle for some spaghetti, but it's still nice. It sounds really nice. I think just the concept of spicy spaghetti seems pretty nice. I'll have to leave soon, and for once I can see them online, so I know they're coming. What if they're online and they're still late? They just don't show up. They're they're playing like Marvel Rivals or something. They're like, yeah, I'm on the way, and it says they're in a match. I think that'd be funny. Well, like it would suck, but it'd be like kind of funny. Yo, Dilzy, you came just in time to hear me ramble about humanized plants. Yippee! It's Army. Your arm is Army. I want it back though. I'm so glad I get to hear an Aphexian ramble. They are pretty peak. They are pretty peak. Dilzy, if you were to humanize a plant, any plant of your choosing, which one do you think would be the most like attractive? What's an attractive plant? Lily pad. Oh wait, that's cute. I feel like a lily pad would have like big round circle glasses, and they'd be very like cutesy. Hello, Big Papa. How's it going? How's it going? Happy Thoughtful Thursday. Happy Thoughtful Thursday. Funny thing is, they're on CS2 right now. Counter Strike? Oh. It's a little unfortunate, huh? You were saying that you would like my humanized Snapdragon prince? Yeah. If I said that a Snapdragon would be like very, very pompous, a pompous prince that is like really cocky, and I thought you would like that. She's shy. Oh, it's so cute. Have you guys seen lily pads in real life? I I saw one once at a garden, but they were like humongous. I've never seen one in the wild. Nice concept though. Whoever designed lily pads did a good job. Perfect little platform for a frog. I'm sick again. Life is miserable. Oh. Um, that's not good. That's not good. I hope you feel better soon. Have you taken any sort of like vitamin C or any sort of medicine? They had a comp match on Dust 2, 0 to 3 right now. I don't know what Dust 2 means. I'm not a Counter Strike enjoyer. I hope they win. I hope they win and they're also not late. Been a rough 2 weeks for your boy. Aw, I'm sorry. That's so sad. I don't like being sick. A trio of mysterious spirits pop out and surprise you on your journey. I think this little one could use our help, one of the spirits shouts gleefully. That's so cute. I like spirits. Move Splatorb? What is Splatorb? Oh, this one? Upgrade Instigatorb. Okay, we're not duplicating a Pebble. I think we remove Splatorb. One of the spirits whisks away your Splatorb as they disappear into thin air. The text effects are really cute. I quite like it. The week before last, I had a sinus infection, the flu, and bronchitis all the same time. I know! I know you said so. But you healed from that and now you have a different sickness? Or did it just never go all the way away? I want the shop, but can I handle this? I think I can handle this. Yesterday I must have come in contact with someone with norovirus. I just randomly started puking? Oh. That sounds kind of scary. Hang in there though. Think someone should make a movie about a Venus flytrap from outer space. Goes to Earth and terrorizes a botanist boy into feeding it human meat until it gets too powerful. Ah, Dizzy. Dizzy, that's not the assignment. The assignment is humanizing. Oh my god, do you think what was the Venus did the Venus flytrap from Little Shop have a name? Audrey 2? Oh, okay. Do you think Audrey 2 as a human would be like a baddie? Like, do you think they'd be like a vampire baddie or no? I feel like at the very least they'd have to be pretty charismatic to convince God, what was his name? I don't remember the main character's name. But they have to be pretty charismatic to convince them to like give him blood. Damn, I really should, huh? You really should. The first peg you slimy shot gets downgraded -20? Man, this has an exclamation point, so I feel like I want it, but that's so bad. Well, we'll just get rid of the pebble. Take this as well. A diva. I like diva characters. Shout out to all my divas out there. Do you think anybody has drawn humanized Aji the second? I feel like that would be so awesome. Gonna DM the girl who drew Spirit humanized. Ask if they can draw a Venus flytrap. Oh man. I think everything's fine, but it's feeling sus. There's a cut song sung by Aji II. They're flexing on the monsters? Wait, why did they cut that? Oh, am I safe? Why did they cut that? That sounds really fun. No, I like when there's references to other movies and movies. You like point on the screen and you're like, yo, I know what's going on. Hmm. Do you want to hear the 2 new Maribel folk in Stardew? Oh, sure. I didn't know they were updating Stardew. But yeah, you can tell me about that. That's pretty cool. I hope it's Abigail's mom. I like her a lot. Clinton Sandy? Really? Bro, who is marrying Clint? That's... Who put Clint before Caroline? I just want to talk. That is goofy as hell. Sandy makes sense, though. I didn't know they were updating it. I'm still trying to find a plant whose human version I would like, but honestly, Venus Flytrap is a good contender. Like I'm a little problematic, huh? I think that's pretty real. You know, Godzilla was a monster. He was mighty mean. And even I had to respect him. Cause the boy was green. But then he said to me, hey Aji, you ain't all that tough. I had to show that leaping lizard I was tough enough. You know, I met the bride of Frankenstein. So much for her. Only took one encounter, and she called me Mr. Audrey, sir. The first one was goofy, but the second one kind of eats. Like, sheesh. Didn't know Audrey the second had that dog in them. It kind of reads as an epic rap battle. Like, I guess there's not an opponent necessarily, but I feel like you could make an epic rap battle out of that. Please don't kill me. Here. Damn, you clocked me, huh? Maybe just a little bit. I would have loved Robin to be one. Ooh. I'm personally not a Robin girly. Like, Robin's not necessarily my type. But I know a lot of people go crazy for Robin. Yeah. They should just make all of the adults romanceable. Like, I think they should let you steal people's wives if you want to. 'Cause, you know, you can go Joja Cola route, right? So obviously they're not against you being a little bit evil. And I think they should just really lean into that. Adults accept Clint. Yeah, that's real. That's real. Clint is such an interesting choice. I've never met anybody who was a Clint enjoyer. Like, I met people that don't hate him, but I've never heard anyone be like, yeah, I wanna raise this goober up. What plant do you guys think would be the most sad and fixable? My initial thought was like succulent of some sort. But maybe succulent is just low maintenance. I was thinking succulent because it's like you don't really have to do a lot for them. And I feel like there's something that feels a little bit sad about that. Like, yeah, you can just put me in the corner and ignore me for a year. And I'll still be here. But I don't think that's necessarily the same vibe. Sad and fixable plants. I'm thinking about it. Clint can suck a fuck. Sorry, that was mean. I got carried away, but he can die. Okay, Dilsey, that's not nicer. If anything, I think that's much more mean. Um. Also, what the fuck? I get why because of the spikes, but I think they're too cutesy. The little chubby leaves are too cute, like a baby plant. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Why are you describing me? I'm not. I'm not describing you. If you were a plant, mm, mm, I don't know why, but I think of cattails, like the ones that grow near the water, and they're like really fluffy on the inside. I think that's what you would be. Mushroom fixable, but there's not much room for error. Okay, so Dilsey, you're going to jail. You're actually you're actually going away for a long time and never coming back. A garden weed? Is a garden weed fixable? I feel like they'd just be like annoying. You have to weed out the bad ones. Ugh, bro. Ugh. That's sweet frost. We need to send Dilsey to Hades. I feel like she would really vibe down there. She'd be like, oh my god, Persephone, hi. I'm trying really hard to think of a sad fixable plant, and I'm just really drawing some blanks. Really? They seem like they have their shit together in a chaotic way. Oh, I see. That was a setup for a pun. Took it way too seriously, though. Yeah, I take it seriously, too. Sigh. Is a mushroom fixable? I feel like a mushroom would be like a little freak. Um, I'm trying to think of a plant that's like really notorious for being super hard to take care of. Yeah, I got nothing. The pun was an afterthought. I say that because in Viva Pinata, they're destructive, like a toadstool. Is Viva Pinata the one with the weird mating rituals? It's Willow. They're so emo. Yo, you're so right. Because willow trees are so fragile. Like, they're so beautiful. Like, they put a lot of effort into their appearance, but they're so fragile. I know this because my neighbor used to have a willow tree, and I wanted to climb it so bad. But, if you try to climb a willow tree, they kind of break. Womp womp. Yeah. Oh. Jesse, how often do you think about Viva Pinata? I just feel like for what the game looks like, it looks a bit goofy, but I feel like you bring it up much more than one would expect. Joke. That's crazy. That's awesome. I'd love to be in your brain. They're so droopy. They look sad as hell. What happened to you? No, you make an excellent point. I think you're exactly right. Ugh, what a good one. I love willows. I love willows. Best tree, hands down. But I guess I'm kind of biased for anything that's a bit out of the ordinary. It's the brave little toaster for gamers? I'm just a broken, unlovable tree. Sure hope no one tries to fix me. Is that you speaking as a willow or like as yourself? One time I ran my car into my mom's tree on accident. And it like left a gash in it. And we had to like put tape on it. Like you just wrap it in duct tape so that bugs can't get into like the flesh of the tree. So if you guys are looking to fix your tree, I guess just duct tape it. Oh my god, I'm dead. Oh, thank goodness. Why is it so hard? Ugh. Immediately deal 1 damage to the targeted enemy for every 2 pegs activated. Ugh. Wish I had lightning. This game sucks eggs. Ugh. I'd rather be on a willow tree right now. You know what else sucks eggs? Well, I hope you don't say your mom, because that would be kind of disrespectful to your mom. What else sucks eggs, Dilsey? Just look at me, baby, Diana. The sour macaroon from Viva Pinata? Oh, sorry, I don't... Macaroon. What is... Maracacoon? Like a raccoon maraca? What's bad about them? They try to eat Pinata's eggs? Can you... Is it like Pokemon? Like, can you capture it? Like, make it on your side? Macaroon X Raccoon. Oh. Okay. That makes sense. I think. Are they at least cute? What's your favorite... What's your favorite pinata in Viva Pinata? Oh, missed. I missed and I didn't even crit. Oh yeah, this painter lady is gonna kill me for real. Hold on, sorry. I gotta text my friends what time to come over. What's a normal person time to eat dinner? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Another sad tree, I think, is eucalyptus. I feel like it's a childhood friend you reconnect with, and they always want to reminisce about old times. And you realize it's because they don't really like the way their life is right now, so they'd rather think about when it wasn't like that. Community in the human chi fandom. Aww. I've never seen a eucalyptus. Like, I've seen videos of koalas eating the leaves, but I can't imagine like what the shape of a eucalyptus is. So I can't really say if that tracks or not. But man, what a sorrowful, like, damn. We didn't have to get so real. Poor eucalyptus. I give him a hug. That's so precious. Someone make him feel better. You have to have level 24. Oh, at least 5 Master Romancer awards. And sacrifice a Cluckles to it and you will tame it. That's a lot of work for a raccoon. I think I like the donuts. They are deer. Disco deer. Disco deer? Disco deer sounds cute. Are they also donuts? Man, I was gonna make a yummy little sandwich for breakfast. It's gonna have to wait? Why is it gotta wait? Don't wait for breakfast. Go crazy. Go crazy. Follow your dreams. Eucalyptus are so nostalgic for me. I used to see them everywhere as a kid. Maybe that's why that connection exists in my mind. They also have sad-looking leaves and their colors all muted. Aww. Dang. You don't see them that much anymore? It is so sad. Did I get health for that? I don't even know. 3,000 health is crazy. Maybe I should have targeted one of these guys. I just don't know anymore. I think I'm dead. Oh my god, I'm not dead. Slay! Slaying! Wait, so I guess the paintings are gone. Instead of attacking, she paints new ones. I suppose. Also, Loki, I feel like Maple has some trauma they're not addressing. It's gonna blow up in their face someday? You think so? I assumed Maple would be kind of happy because their seeds are like the little helicopters that you play with. I thought maybe they'd be a bit like whimsical. Thought they'd be whimsical and happy. Am I feeling bad for trees? I might be crazy. No, this is kind of awesome. I like this thought process. You'd think so, wouldn't you? Aww. That's so sad. They're trying so hard to make everybody else happy. They're not even focusing on themselves. Aw, hell nah. It's so cooked. I'm gonna go hug a tree tomorrow. I love this for you, Apex. This is like a crazy creative writing assignment, and I'm so here for it. The bold color and syrup are definitely covering up for something they don't want to acknowledge, I think. Oh. I understand. That makes sense. What's a tree that would like genuinely be like not really problematic, not really any issues to work through. You know, they went to therapy. They're genuinely doing good. What like a genuinely happy tree? I might be crazy. I say and continue to be crazy. No, it's awesome. Keep doing it. Viva Pinata. Lickatoads and newtgats are territorial over water and they will get into fights. The loser of the fight will fall ill. What is a lickatoad? Newtgat makes sense. Like a like a nougat, like candy with a newt. I cannot think of what a lickatoad would be. If the doctor does not save it in time, Dastardos will come to kill it. Yo, the Viva Pinata lore goes crazy. I didn't know there was so much. A toad? Yeah, but like a what with a toad? Like aren't all the names like two different things? Or no? My PC randomly decided to poop itself, so now 360p and I'm lagging heavily. Oh. Wowie. Um. um. I think you can manually change the quality of the stream. Like if it does that. I don't know for sure though. Hang in there, soldier. Destroys each peg hit. I think this is like a bad orb, but I kind of like it. Licorice! Oh! Sheesh! That's kind of cool. Do you guys like licorice? I don't think I've ever had like real legit licorice. I've only had Twizzlers, but I do not like Twizzlers. Like if somebody offers me a Twizzler, I'll take it because, you know, it's not horrible and it is candy. But I would never choose to have Twizzlers in my home. I will say though, I think the strawberry ones are better than the cherry ones. But at least that's something. But kinda mid. Surely this is the run I win. Surely, hopefully. Away. Okay, looks good. Man. I got plenty of sleep, but something about a rainy day makes you want to take a nap, huh? There's also the Pretz tail, which is a fox. Yo! My god, I love foxes. Oh my god! That sounds so cute. A pretzel fox? Almost as cool as a cinnamon fox, huh? A common reed has some issues in the past, but they did the work on themselves and came out on the other side stronger, and now they're doing so well! That's so awesome! Are reeds? Hold on, I gotta look up a reed. When I think of reed, I think of like a wind instrument. Are reeds the same as cattails? Or maybe a cattail is a type of reed. Living by the water. I can see it. I can see it. Ugh, I'm so proud of them. They're doing so good. It's so funny in the plant personality and Viva Pinata monologue. Oh, that the plant personality and Viva Pinata monologues are happening at the same time. I mean, I think this is just a regular Thursday. I'm not gonna lie. This is just Aphex and Dilsey. And we love it and we're all here for it. Dragon fruit, however, has never even heard of therapy. That's just how happy and fulfilled in themselves they are. Sheesh. I wasn't even considering like fruits or like produce. This adds an extra layer to things. I think a lot of fruit kind of has like established personalities. Like cherries are kind of like maybe like a little bit dangerous, but like they're baddies. You know. Well, actually, maybe they don't all have it. Like, I guess I don't really know what a banana would be like. A silly goober, maybe. Me and Apex in the show. It's true. It's true. When you guys aren't here, nothing happens. For our care package, thank you. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Okay, I feel bad. You spent so many points on hydrate and stretch from when you weren't here. But now your mouth is all off. Banana is annoying as hell and I hate it. You guys ever watch The Amazing World of Gumball? You guys know Banana Joe? I feel like that's just like what a banana would be. Banana's like, whoa, I'm a banana, top banana. Wait, why does the top banana thing feel targeted? I think I would appreciate Banana's silly little shenanigans. Banana would be pretty bungus, I think. Good. Man, don't say bungus as a good thing. That's just not real. It's just not real. What would a pear be like? Nobody's allowed to slander pears. I need real answers. I think pear would be awesome. I think pear is very misunderstood. And I think they would wear a collared shirt underneath a sweater. I eat that up. Oh man. I've done 6k points in the past 2 weeks. Oh man. Banana better never talk to me or I'm beating them up and going to jail. Sheesh. You don't appreciate the whimsy of a silly goober? I don't even know why I'm saying this. Oh, it's a deep gut instinct. That's so crazy. I respect you for it. A pear would be like, yippee, like sand. Oh, yippee, I like sand. That's kind of awesome. Imagine going on a long walk on the beach with a pear. Sheesh. Yellow Delicious is not like the other apples. I've never heard of Yellow Delicious. I've only heard of Red Delicious. But I did see a meme. I think I already said this, but I saw a meme that was like, I would rather eat a Honey Crisp apple that's been down 6 flights of stairs than eating a Red Delicious right off the tree. And that is quite dramatic, but I kind of feel that. I kind of feel that. Oh man, get me out of this fire, bro. Pear has the biggest, saddest puppy dog eyes, and they know how to use them for evil. Not actually evil, just how to get what they want sometimes. Ugh. I love some light manipulation. That's so awesome. That's so awesome. I agree. I love them. Non-pebble orbs. Gain 2-1 for every other orb of the same type owned. So if I had like multiple of these. I think I'm doing that. I think we'll do prime numbers. We're just gonna hope that I know what the prime numbers are. We'll hope that we remember. Looks like the GoPro I was waiting on is on time. Have a wonderful stream and day. I hope it's so awesome. Thank you! I hope wherever you're going is super awesome too. I hope it's really fun. Pomegranate is like, wow, I'm nobody's favorite fruit. Well, excuse me. I love pomegranate. Ooh, some discourse. I feel like a of people like pomegranate. They are quite difficult to like separate the seeds from. But once you do that, it's like sheesh. And I do feel like the effort of like opening the pomegranate and like scooping all the seeds out successfully, I think that makes them like taste a little better because you gotta work for it, you know? Pear would be the type of fruit that would give me 2 health and 2 attack. Okay, thank you. Thank you for this elite ball knowledge, you absolute goober. I like pomegranate juice, but I haven't seen an actual pomegranate. They're wild. It's so, I don't know. They're so bizarre, I think. I've never had their juice though. Just their little seed things. Hi Marcy! Welcome in, welcome in. Who are you rating today? If it's someone cool, I might just have to force my PC to stay on. Well, I don't know. Let me look. Let me look. I will have to go semi soon to start cooking dinner. Yeah. Yeah, I'm cooking for my friend today. That means I'm pretty cool. Um. I don't know who I'd be rating today. I guess it depends on who's still online. We rated Shrimp pretty recently. I don't know. I don't know. Was always was always rate someone cool. Your PC isn't allowed to sleep. Oh my god, Azu, go live right now. Azu, go live. 5 a.m. stream. I'll raid into you. Cantaloupe is a third grade teacher we all had who made us cry because she was old and mean and loud and yelled at you on the first day of class, and every day you hoped she was sick and called in substitute. Ooh, for me, that was my kindergarten teacher. She wasn't like horrible. I just feel like she was no nonsense. And I didn't have a lot of nonsense in my heart as like a child. I was a pretty good girl, but I still feel like I still was scared of getting in trouble. I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes I don't really understand elementary school teachers. Like, if you don't like kids that much, why is this your job? Like, why didn't you choose to teach like high school? I don't know. I just realized I ultra light on accident. I don't have to physically go anywhere. What? I thought your friend was like picking you up for a ride. Pomegranate would definitely play hard to get and be high maintenance, but they also give good advice and are very motherly in a way. Ooh, I could see that. I could see that. I feel like their makeup, if they wore makeup, would always be on point as well. 5 a.m. and I haven't slept? No, we'll raid into you, and then somebody will redeem go to sleep. Wouldn't that be so awesome? If you don't have somebody to raid, I know I do since I don't have anywhere. How to go anywhere? Whoops. What do you mean you don't have to go anywhere? Why? Why? I thought you were getting a ride from your friend. Is that not real? Okay. Sorry, I'm so locked in. Not really, but I'm trying to be. But yeah, what's your red suggestion? I'm open to suggestions. Mrs. Fuck was a witch. Was that her actual name? That's. I have a sneaking suspicion you're maybe being a little bit dramatic. Don't have to do that anyway. That was me helping them with moving and assisting with manual labor job, tiling bathrooms and stuff. They finished everything. So now I'll probably just be bouncing around chat since I have my free time back. Oh. Huh, this whole time I thought you had some like itinerary situation. It isn't my heart. It's kind of awesome. I keep missing. I keep missing it. I need this little refresh guy. Ugh. No! Didn't tell my father when I got home that she was riding on her broomstick again. In 3rd grade, you were saying that? That's so funny. I didn't know you were born funny. I thought you had to, like, learn that. I still haven't learned that one. Just know if you need a raid destination later, I have one. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. I'm going against Slushy, so that's good. Ah. Raid XQC? You want me... Are, are they live? Is that real? Are they live? That'd be crazy. They're banned. Born Funny should be the title of your autobiography? Yeah, that's kind of real. I agree. I agree. You don't know? Oh, you're just saying whatever, huh? They're not live. Darn it. As you go live. The title can be Sleeping Stream with 5 exclamation points. And then surely Awa will redeem Go to Sleep. Because I just know they have the points for that. Surely. If not, we can raid another small streamer. What about Ninja? Is Ninja live? I haven't really seen Ninja gameplay. I haven't really seen XQC gameplay. I think the biggest streamer that I've like ever tuned into, oh my god, was Ludwig. I'm not even following Ludwig. I just wanted to see what he was up to. He was like playing Minecraft or something, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. What's that about? I'm gonna go live and she raids XQC. No, I would not do that. They're not even live. Trust. Well, my sources say they're not live. I guess my sources might be wrong. You guys remember when Ninja was on stage and tried to get those people to dance and he called them boomers? No, I don't remember. I wasn't there for that. I remember when Chapel Roan was doing... I don't know, she was opening... She was at, like, something. And she was trying to get the people in the front, like the VIP seats, to do Hot to Go with her. And they, like, wouldn't. I don't think that's really related. That's what it reminded me of. Raid Ludwig? Let's hate raid Ludwig? No! We're not hate raiding anyone! I don't hate Ludwig, I'm just, like, not following. Like, I'll watch his clips sometimes. But I'm not gonna tune into a lot of his streams, so I don't really want the notifications, you know? You know? But he seems like a nice guy. I think he's friends with Iron Mouse, and that's kind of sweet. When you rate someone playing Minecraft, but then you find out it's not about the two humanoid blacks kissing. That's so real. Let's rate Ludwig and then be like, hey guys, how do you feel about Furnace X crafting table? And then we like low-key get banned. Let's hate raid Iron Mouse. No! I will not take any Iron Mouse slander in this household. Like, you don't have to like her, but don't tell me about it. I look up to her so much. I really like her content. I think she's doing a great job. Man. Hi, Jane Sunshine. Thank you so much. Well, I just want to hate raid someone. If Ozzy goes live, we can hate raid him. You gotta convince him to go live, though. Do you think this guy does 11 damage? It misses. Slaying. Hate raid Azu bet. Let's hate raid. Somebody tell him to go live. Everybody peer pressure him right now. I'm not seeing a lot of peer pressure in chat, can I be honest? You guys gotta get your numbers up. Is Aware here? Oh, I don't think Aware is here. It is so sad. When you check the comments on Potion Seller video and nobody but you noticed me get sexual attention. Well, it's okay. I noticed. I noticed. Don't even worry. I feel you. Aware slept? Oh man. Oh man. It is so unfortunate. They're sleeping at 4:40 p.m. Well, maybe they're not. Maybe they're in a different time zone. But I'd have to imagine it is the middle of the day somewhere. Kind of awesome. I want to sleep at 4:40. Oh man. Why is this? Why? Why are they doing this? Aw. What if the potion seller was like, tell me, traveler, if my potions were all humans, which one do you think would be a smash? I would be like, sheesh, that's so awesome. The thing is, the potion seller didn't even say what manner of potions he was selling. I feel like he's just saying whatever to come across as cool. But like, I don't know if they're health potions or like damage potions or like if they're supposed to buff. I don't really know what too strong of a potion means. Like, what is your tummy gonna hurt if you drink them? Are you gonna have so much power that you don't even know what to do with it? Like, I don't know. The whole situation felt very fishy. Ugh. He just wanted to talk to the traveler for a bit longer. He didn't want him to buy one and leave. Yo! Wait, I think you're right. He wanted questions to be asked. And it kind of backfired on him. Well, maybe it didn't. They talked for like 3 minutes, which is crazy. But, you know, definitely interesting. No. I think my problem is that Dagorb is not critting. It's doing like no damage whatsoever. Uh-huh. Yep, looking good. Just kidding. Nothing's looking good. This is so sad. It's so sad and rough. I think we just take the L on this one. Man, no way I've been streaming for like 4 hours though. And there has been no dubs. No W's in the shop. I guess it just be like that sometimes. Yeah. Okay. Let's try. Let's try one more time. Is round troll easier? Let's try. Also, that man wrote challenges, so you know he has the skills for quality of the alley. He's still developing them when he wrote Potion Seller, but it's still there. Mm, yeah, you can see like the early signs of tension. I assume challenges has a lot of tension. Like I haven't seen it, but isn't that like the whole appeal? I'm just saying, you can tell. You can tell in Potion Seller. Gain tilt position after attacking one click him 2 times. Okay, slay. Challenges is tension in the movie. I'm trying to think of if I've seen a movie that was like tension in the movie. I don't think I have. Have you guys seen or heard anything about the new Wuthering Heights movie? I heard a lot of people didn't like it and said it was like really, really unfaithful to the book. And I really, really like the book. So I feel like if I went into the movie theater, I would probably be biased against it just because I like the book so much. But I did see one TikTok where like they showed a clip of something that was like very sexual and everybody was like yippee, and then whoa. Don't give me 6-7 bits while I'm talking about a trashy movie. Thank you, Kaya. That's so sweet of you. Um, but yeah, it showed something like I want to say Heathcliff was like putting his hand in Catherine's mouth. Like I don't know, it's like really weird. But then there's like a time skip and everybody was crying and they're like, I didn't expect it to be so emotional. And I'm wondering how it could go from that to that, you know? I'm very curious. I want to see it, but I probably won't see it in theaters. Because, like I said, I really like the book. Well, I don't think I want to spend $12 on that. What are you saying? Oh my goodness, good morning. Good morning, Awa. Those two guys are feeding each other churros all romantically, and I wanted to scream at the screen. Romantic churros? That's kind of fun. That sounds awesome. Man, I want a churro. I get it, but I also think people kind of love hating on this director for no reason. She also clearly said she has no intention to be very faithful to the book and she's making her own version. Yeah, I did hear that, like, she said that. I don't know anything about her, but I heard that she said that, and that's why the movie title is in quotes. Like, it's Wuthering Heights. Like, it's not actually in the book. But I'm just thinking if you don't really want it to be like the book, why not just like change the title? Like you know if you're making a movie that has the same title as a book, people are gonna instantly want to compare it, right? So why wouldn't you just call it something else and be like, yeah, I was like loosely inspired off of these characters. I don't know. It seems like an interesting choice. Um Goodbye, Pebble. You're in a slimy abyss. Aw, man. I wanted the question mark. Sigh. Oh, I hope this works out for me. I really want to win one. That would be so awesome. Spaghetti's gonna go crazy. I can tell. I can sense it. Gonna be look and say that this would not get so much hate as the man made it. Really? I believe you. I think there's a lot of things like that, unfortunately. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I don't even know who the director is, to be honest with you. I don't think I could tell you a single movie where I know the director. I'm just like, I'm like already biased against it because it's like, man, that book was so impactful to me. And it feels kind of weird that Heathcliff's hand was in Catherine's mouth. I don't know. Feels a little strange. Then it would have a less recognizable name unless people would see it. Yeah, but if you're using the name to get people to see it, but then you're gonna do your own version, then it feels like it'd be pretty natural for people to hate it. Like it feels like you almost like are anticipating people to hate watch it, or at least go into it expecting something and then being disappointed. I get what you're saying though. It's just I feel like if it's a marketing thing and people are like, "Oh, I like Wuthering Heights. I'm gonna see it," and then it's like, "Bro, what is this?" Not saying all the hate is unwarranted. I've also heard some good critiques. People are literally review bombing it on Letterboxd. Like, come on. Oh, that's sad. I feel like review bombing is pretty unnecessary. You can maybe just not like something and like maybe share your opinion, but don't go crazy. Same person who made Saltburn, which I know you've seen. People also hated on that one a lot. I have heard the critique of Saltburn that a lot of the stuff is just like very shocking and gross, and it's not really adding to the story, it's just like being shocking and gross to be shocking and gross. But I don't know, I quite liked Saltburn. Like I understand what people are saying when they say that, but I don't know. I kind of liked the story. I had a good time watching it. And that's all I really want from the movie. I can't afford to discard an orb, I don't think. There might be something cool though. My opera keeps crashing. I will not be here for end. Oh no. That's okay, Carrot. You do whatever you need to do. I appreciate you so much though. Oh yeah. Sheesh. They never want to give me what I want. I guess it's a bad strategy to play a roguelike and then try to do the same build over and over again. But there's some that are just really fun. And none of these are that. I like the laser one. And I like the Symbol one. I like Ouroboros. And I like Gomagorb. So if we could manifest one of those, that would be pretty awesome. Oh. Well, I did say Ouroboros. I guess we'll go for that. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Oh my god, Azu is live. My goodness. Okay, I gotta finish this run as fast as possible. And then we'll raid into him. And then I'll make some bangin' spaghetti. And then you guys will eat whatever you guys are eating. and we'll all have a great time. I always invest with this little Peglin guy, but I think it's only paid off like one time. I think he's eating my money, Loki. My god, Bing Bong Peak mention. B-Raid! Hi! Hi, Jade! Hi, Cynthia! Hi, Holly! Oh my goodness, hi, little puppies! How's it going? How is your stream? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you so much! Raiders, my name is Faust. I'm a fox girl. Um, I'm just playing some Peglin for today. I'm a big fan of Holly. She is very sweet. I'm happy to see you all. Oh my god, hi Awa. I got to Holly stream just in time. How are you? Hi. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Um, um, just a chill day, low key. It's nice and rainy. We're listening to music. We're playing silly little game. We've had some insightful discussions. We talked about if plants were humans, which ones would be the hottest? I think eucalyptus would be pretty hot. I don't remember what other ones we said. Willow would be pretty hot. Pears obviously pretty awesome. But yeah, what were you playing? Oh, I don't know. I think all my mods are low-key lurking. X Holly Bones X. Oh, you were oh. I did not spell your name wrong. I was like, no way you were playing Peglin too. Holly. Holly Bones, not holy. Oh, you were just chatting. What were you chatting about? How's Peglin? Well, I'm having a good time, but I am not winning that much. Can I be real with you? It's a little cooked. Cradle Unsold Reading. Oh, I know you've been reading that series. Do you just read like a chapter or you read as much as you can until until you get tired? Or how do you determine? How do you determine how much to read? That sounds fun though. I hope you had a great time. Make sure you get plenty of rest after your stream. Oh my goodness. Getting smacked. That book is good? Oh, have you read it before? I've only heard of it from Holly. I don't know very much about it. I just read until time ends. Oh. Wait, how long? Like you said a timer? I just hear what Holly reads. Oh. I'm glad that you're liking it so far. I think that's a really fun. I feel like that's a really fun concept. Oh. Yippee! Oh. Level 3. In the same part as her? Well, I'm glad you like it. Glad you're having fun. Glad you're having good streams. You gotta rate and lurk. I actually practice. Yo! I hope you get so many bullseyes. So many 300 games. I don't really know how archery is scored, but I know how bowling is scored. Surely it's similar. Thank you for the lurk, sweet friend. I hope you have fun. Gravity is reversed, but ceiling bounce is massively increased. And orbs pass through pegs while traveling downwards. Uh-huh. Hope orbs get morbid. Surely that's fine. I think we only have one refresh though, so nothing would refresh. Maybe it's chill. Bow, 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 bow. Bullseye! Yes, we're wishing her so many bullseyes. I was gonna redeem the ad break, but then I realized I'm not subbed anymore. You'd be like self-sabotaging. I mean, if you want to see an ad, I can show you an ad. Gotta go. Need to go training to soccer. Goodbye, Santi. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you. I hope soccer goes so good. Oh, okay. Okay, maybe things are good. Maybe good's not the right word, but they're not bad. So that's something. Broke though. Broke as hell. I only like the ad break when I'm subbed because of the dancing crew. You still do that? Yeah. Well, we had an ad break earlier and we watched the ShamWow commercial. So I guess I didn't do the dancing fruit today, but usually we do. We're baby sensory enjoyers around here. No refresh. Sad days. Thank you for the hydrate. You're so sweet, Jade. Oh, and the stretch. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Almost out of water for real. Do wall bounces count? I didn't think they did. Okay, they don't. Oh my god, wait. You find Gamblin standing alone with a spaced out look. Upon seeing you, their expression changes to surprise, with perhaps just a hint of disappointment. Ah, my friends, it's good to see you again. I was able to get quite the return on your investment. Yo. That does not happen very often in Slay. Gamblin wistfully watches you and your gold continue on your way. Sheesh. I wish my name was Gamblin. Kind of awesome. We don't want random navigation. We want to go shopping. Oh. Maybe we don't need to go shopping. Cheese seems good. Special buttons probably good. All this is probably good. Hero is present! Oh my gosh. Hi, Hero. Thank you for the bit. Hero, are you on your lunch break? Are you on your lunch break? Bonk. My sound alerts have been sussy. Don't worry. Don't worry, the bonk will come. Oh my god, wait, I'm dying. Oh my god, Vine Boom. Guys, it's just a little shy today. It'll go eventually. I think. I hope. Dot. I will be soon. I'm walking to the cafeteria. Shay! Oh, I hope it's so good. Your lunches always sound so interesting. I feel like the cafeteria has... Oh, there it is. I think the cafeteria has good options. Sounds very nice. And there's the vine boom. Yippee! Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-da. Oops. Oh my god. Why are they so powerful? Ugh. Man, imagine being a little box. Imagine being a little box with hate in your heart. Thank goodness. Okay. A long way until the boss. It'll be fine, Shirley. Thank you for the lurk, Jade. That's so sweet of you. I love my lurkers. Some health. Okay, slay. You're so healthy. I need to... No. I need something that makes my things do more damage. One attack is not very much. Wow, that was so nice. Ball lightning, level 3. I really like highway orbery, but I like getting it early. It being level 1 is not the most optimal. Oh my god. I don't need any of it. I'm good with my Ouroboros. I think this might be my favorite hyphen check. Really? I'd have to think about what mine is. The first, like, 15 seconds of this one is so, like, this might be my favorite one as well. Now, let me look. Let me look through some other stuff. I like teeth a lot as well. I like Team Dashed a lot as well. I don't know. I don't know if I like them more than this one though. I think I agree with you. I think this is their best one. I had a real good think about their discography. And this one's an all-around certified banger. It so is. It so is. Like I'm shaking my booty right now. I don't know. They're really good at like vampire concepts. Like their most recent album, I don't know if you've heard it, but it was like also vampire themed. Like I don't know if that's just their lore, if they're like always vampires, but they kind of eat it up. They kind of eat it up. Oh, Slay, give me that. Give me that bandana. Ooh, post-healing battle. Sheesh. Okay. Oh, you round a corner and are faced with an eerie life-size Peglin statue made entirely out of gold. It's holding a radiant golden orb in its outstretched hand, and though you're wary of the potential risks, you can't help but be tempted by the statue's alluring gleam. I don't think I want the golden orb. I also don't think I want to take 15 damage going into the boss. We'll just leave him sitting right where he is. You know, he's chilling. He's chilling. Okay, big boss. Big boss. It's not the painter, so maybe it's okay. Oh, I am quite damaged though. Maybe that was just like the first hit. Oh, I was really hoping that would refresh, but it's okay. Ouch! Darn it. Sigh. Sigh. It's so over. Oh my god, hi Waffle! Thank you for the hydrate. Look at this sad little peglin in the tower. Couldn't escape. Oh well. It'd be like that sometimes. Look at this and the stretch, thank you. Makes sense that Hyphen has that kind of theme to Contracts TXT. Oh, I never thought that they were like opposing things, so that makes sense. Because TXT is more soft, maybe. Soft, sunshiny, maybe. I don't know, I haven't seen too many TXT music videos. I've seen Sugar Rush Ride a lot though. This seems like more carefree vibes. Oh my gosh, Joe, thank you for the hydrate. My goodness, I'll double hydrate. I'll just finish my water. There's not too much left. Hmm. Ugh. Ugh. Oh no, here, Here, your points. It's so over. Youch. What? Don't say youch with a question mark and then a blowing up emoji. Listen. Listen. It's hard. It's hard at these high levels. I don't know what the max is. I think it's 20. So these light purple ones are the ones I've unlocked. And then this is the one I'm on. And then I think these dark purple ones are the ones that are still in progress. This is 8, 9, 10, and that's like half. Yeah, I think it's out of 20. I guess 8 out of 20 low key is not that great. But this one is 12. See? It's rough out here. It's rough out here when you're not that good at aiming. Um, um, erm, um, I will say though, I do kinda need to start making dinner to impress my friend. I've never cooked for her before. I never cooked for her before, so I gotta do a good job. Gotta do a good job. But yeah, thank you. Don't lip bite emoji. Sigh. But no, it'll be good. We've been watching the Twilight movies. Well, we were watching the Twilight movies Loki last year, and for some reason we just like never made time to watch the last one. So we're watching the final Twilight movie, and I told her she could come over whenever. Well, at first I was like, you can come over anytime after dinner. And I was like, wait, maybe that's rude. And I was like, well, you could like come over for dinner if you want. And she's like, yippee! So I'm gonna make spaghetti with some fried chicken on top. And maybe a breadstick. But I'm really excited. And she's gonna bring over I guess she got these hot chocolate packets that are pumpkin spice flavored. And she's like, "Do you want to try this with me?" In low key, that does not sound the best. I don't know. I feel like pumpkin spice and chocolate doesn't really go together. But I mean, I'll try anything that's sweet. So we're gonna try some of that, and I think it's gonna be pretty awesome. I have the skin of a killer. Yeah. Rawr. That's real. That's real. I hope they say that. But yeah, thank you. Thank you all for joining me. I today's Thursday. I won't be live tomorrow, but I will be live at crazy hours on Saturday. It's gonna be a 4 a.m. stream. So if you're on the Eastern Hemisphere, that probably is awesome. And if you're in my time zone, you will probably be sleeping, I hope. um, excuse me. I hope to see you there. We're gonna raid Azu. Um, I told him he should go live, and he's live, and I think that's really funny. Sorry, excuse me. But yeah, let's show him some love. Well, actually, we're hate rating him. Let's show him some hate, but like in a loving way, okay? Also, if you have not voted in my little tournament, I'm gonna make the next bracket. I'm gonna make the finals, probably either today or tomorrow. It's just one question, so if you want to participate, you can click on that link. You can click on that link. Chicken on top, yes! Spaghetti with chicken is so good. But anyway, click on that link, and then here are some raid messages. Um, yeah, yeah. 10 a.m. for me. We'll drink coffee with you on Saturday. Oh, wait, that's so cute. I love coffee. But yeah, anyway, I'll see you guys later. I hope you have a great rest of your day and that you stay hydrated and full of nutrients and you get plenty of good sleep and make good choices. Goodbye. Goodbye, my sweet friends. Goodbye, goodbye.